so I'm trying to kick a bad head cold. So, but thanks to each of you for coming. What I'd like to do is kick off, and I've got, Glenda's usual script for the committee chair, which I probably will not follow throughout the entire day. And I always appreciate her giving me input, and then I kind of stray off of it. But the first thing that I'd like to do today, and on the agenda item, there are items 3, 4, and 5. What I'm going to propose is that we take all 3 of those agenda items together as we look at our work plan. And what I want to do, first of all, is really talk about the work plan. And you ought to have on your desk, I think we sent this to each of you, a final draft of this legal page, which is the work plan for HB1. And before we start, I just wanted to really thank Lynn, because I tell you, I was getting ready to go to Colorado, have a great time for a week, and we were trying to figure out.
She really got you.
That's right.
I stayed here and worked with me.
You encouraged him, did you? Did you put a focus on him?
It was a lot of fun, though. So, but I'll say, I asked Lynn to serve as champion on this project for the board as well as the committee, to work with Glenda and Lynette and Lois and Catherine and the whole staff to try to put together a working document that can go across all the constituents. When I say all the constituents, our board, TEA, the 2 commissioners, State Board of Education, everybody that is a stakeholder in HB1, our goal was to produce a document that we can all look at and be consistent with, to monitor the progress, and for us to have a consistent communication document, because that was probably one of the more prevalent criticisms we had in the last meeting, and in terms of how do we get there. So Lynn, thank you. You did a great job, and Glenda and Lynette and everybody, you did a great job. Now I will say, this is not the final document, okay? The purpose of the meeting today is, I hope, is when we walk out of here today, is that we are all in agreement as to what this document should look like. Is it useful? All those issues. So what I'd like to do today is, instead of just having presentations, we're going to walk through the document, explain, set it, its context, and what I'd like us to do is feel free to say, here's another thought as to what we need to address.
Mr. Chairman, just one thing.
Yes.
Since it's a public meeting, I do want to set the record straight that I did as close to nothing as you can do. The staff did all this, and they stayed here late at night and worked really hard. I hardly did a thing, but I appreciate your remarks.
You did a great job, but also, as I mentioned, the staff was doing all the heavy lifting back here. So,
heavy and late.
What I'd like to do is, everybody will just open this document real quick to the first page. What I'd like to do is set the context of this document a little bit, and then I'm going to turn it over to Glenda to walk through. When I got back and saw the work that the staff and Lynn has done, I tried to look at this, step back, and say, okay, do I understand this document? Is it serving the purpose? Reading it for the first time. And the thing that was a little bit scary at the front end is it looked eerily like the old road map that I felt like I had been burned at the stake about 3 meetings ago, because I loved it and nobody else liked it, And so I went, boy, this looks, very similar. And I said, I want to make sure that it reads right. So I called Glenda and I talked to Lynn also this week, and I said, let me make sure as I read this, this is how I'm reading this document correctly. And I will start with the left. This is how it's intended to read, and then we can determine does it accomplish that purpose. The first column, let me go back, I'm jumping. Let me say that I hope that this document, I think it needs to be user-friendly. I think all the constituents need to be able to understand it. I think it needs to obviously be on our website where people can see it and see the progress that's being made, and that we don't create a second, third, and fourth document as to how we're tracking this deal. So that's my goal for this document. when you look at this document, on the first column, it's entitled House Bill 1, College Readiness and Success. And the way that this reads across, the thought was, let's start with the law. What has been required in HB 1? And secondly, let's make sure that we have in that column what's required under the law, and secondly, what are those statutory deadlines? And so we have listed in that column, in a box, you'll see statutory deadlines. The next thought was, and to me that's almost a 20,000-foot look. The second deal was we went to the second column and we said, okay, what is the strategic plan that we've got to put in place to accomplish HB 1? Because HB 1 is confusing as you read it. It's how are we going to get there? So the second column are the 8 objectives that we looked at last board meeting, which were approved by the statewide P-16 committee. And as we go through this today, one thing that we need to walk out of here with is, do we agree with those objectives or not? What I hope is that when we walk out of here and we've seen this document, we'll say, those objectives make sense. We understand why the P-16 statewide committee did that, but we need to make sure that if we're going to make any adjustments in those, that we do them today so that they can go back to the statewide P-16 committee. The third column then goes down to what I call the 5,000 or 1,000-foot look, and that is, okay, here's the strategic plan. What are the steps that we've got to implement, the action steps, in order to drive out the strategic plan? And that's what staff and everybody's going to be focused on. What are those critical functions that need to be accomplished? That's the third column. The fourth column is obviously who is going to have responsibility. And you'll notice there's a lot of times joint responsibility with our partners, the TEA. I'm asked Glenda to walk through all these acronyms and who they are and everything else. Originally, we had one timeline column. We changed that to an original and revised timeline, and the thought process there was, let's set timelines for expectations as to when these things are going to happen, and then not if, but we know we will have slippage in some of these. When we do, what is the revised timeline so that we can stay on target as a board and as a staff in addressing those areas that can be impediments or challenges to us going forward. The next column being the budget, which will be allocated budget dollars to that individual area. That's self-explanatory, and we're going to talk more about the budget in another agenda item. And then the next to last column is what are called implementation notes. And I think it's really important we look at this column because this is what we had originally titled challenges or impediments.
We don't have a budget column.
What they are looking at right now is the original document that went out to the board members.
Okay.
What he is describing to you are our proposed changes.
All the faces kind of went.
We all started going. We had Georgia, like Chris Georgia. We have those out on the table.
The one page?
Yes.
One page, yeah. I'm sorry, I'm sure everybody's kind of looking at me like I'm out of my mind, so.
It's a good code.
Where did I lose you guys?
When you left timeline, and then we don't have a budget column.
Okay.
Before implementation is what we
Everybody
have
hand that
now.
out real quick.
On your cover page to this, it indicated that we needed to add a budget column, and after Mr. Ryder came back this week, we started working on it, and we made room for a budget column. But instead of changing the whole document, which makes Georgia crazy, if we do it 800 times until y'all decided exactly what you wanted, I did not want to put her through about a 15-hour exercise of doing it, and then the board's like, no, that's not at all what we wanted to do.
Okay, let me go backwards.
So now this document looks the way he's describing.
the
But at
timeline
this point, we don't
column
have
there is
anything in the
inserted
budget
acronyms.
column
That's correct.
identified yet.
Okay.
Oh, that's correct.
I'll back up a couple of steps. The responsibility looks a little bit different how we've changed that up from the original format, but again, it's to put responsibility. Then the timeline, that's where we split it in half, Lorraine, to basically have original and revised so we can stay on task as to where we have slippage and where we're on task there. Budget, which I just noted. The next column is called implementation notes. Now, this column was originally, this has, if you remember the last HB1 update and the last board report, we had a section called challenges. And basically we said, we want to know what are the challenges that are going to impede our ability to get HB1 done. And that is really what this column is intended to do. We've changed it more to implementation notes. And I think what is really important here is that there are certain areas of HB1 that we don't have direct control over. That means such as our partners, where TEA has to drive out part of that function. And I think what we've got to make sure of in our implementation notes that we do not come off as being critical of one party or the other. I think that's extremely critical, since this is going to be a document for all of us to look at. But at the same time, and I've mentioned this to Glenda, if there's an elephant in the room, we need to know what the elephant is. Okay, so I'm going to throw that back to the Commissioner and to Glenda and David to try to figure out if there is an elephant in the room. How do we make sure that we know what the elephant is? Because we've got to know what that is so we can work around that, whether it's through cooperation, whether it's legislatively, whatever it is, okay? But that's what that column's intended to do. And then the last column is called Board Retreat Priorities. And Lynn had made the suggestion, and then Glenda came back, and I think the thought is to hopefully walk away where that really becomes more of our legislative issues that we talked about in our board retreat. You know, that's really what that's going to become. That's what the majority of those items are. So, you know, number one is, does that make sense from the way the document proceeds to the committee? Seeing affirmative nods, okay?
Well,
yep.
I don't want to lose the focus on the fact that we're in a legislative session, though, and I'd like somehow for a legislative column, or maybe board retreat priorities / legislative impact or opportunities or something. I just don't want to lose that.
I think what we're going to do, the thought process was to change that last column to legislative impact or legislative issues, and that will keep us focused on those issues instead of board retreat priorities, okay? The other thing I'd just say is, and I'm going to turn this over to Glenda, as we go through this, we're going to talk about agenda items 3, 4, and 5. And agenda item 3 is to approve this format. Do we like the format? Would we make any changes in it? Is it giving the information we need? All those issues. Agenda item number 4 is that we need to approve the P through 16 statewide objectives. After we walk through this, do we agree with those? And if so, then they're approved. As you remember, the board delegated that responsibility to this committee to approve those P through 16 statewide objectives. So we need to do that before we leave the document today. And number 3 is, as we go through this, is to look at the board retreat priorities. And agenda item 5 talks about accountability systems, and Susan was going to talk about that today. And that deals with things that we recommended from the board that go back to things dealing with the TEA academic excellence indicator systems. And so as we walk through this, what I think would be better is to try to attack all of that one time. So when we get to an issue on the board retreat priorities, Commissioner, if you have a comment as to already legislation that we're drafting right now to address that, or Susan, issues we need to think about from the accountability issues in your agenda item 5, let's do it all at one time. Okay. And we can kind of attack it and hopefully accomplish all of those. And I think that's going to take most of the morning. And, you know, I mean, it's probably the most important piece of work we'll do this morning. So,
before we launch off into this, is there any need for us to have maybe a preamble or a mission statement? If this is going to be a public document, just posting this somewhere without any kind of preamble or mission statement, which you gave very eloquently when we started. I just wonder if that might be helpful, because this is going to be a very complex, daunting piece of work for somebody to look at.
You know, I guess, George, and I don't know if I've got a draft of it here, Linda, we can look at that, is Lynn made a recommendation on a draft of a cover page to this document that explains 2 things. That explains, number 1, how this document originated. starting with HB1 down to statewide to the action plans. And then the last paragraph, which I just saw draft up last night, which Glenda sent me, and I don't know if we have that in here today. I guess
You do not,
we do
but
not.
we can get it.
I'd like to show that to the committee. This last paragraph talks about the whole issue is how you look at this document and read it. So I think that's a great point, because you're right. What I told Glenda is, I said, if you don't set the context of this document, you're absolutely you just go help.
You know, and one other thing that I've been thinking about since the presentations we had at the board meeting, the Star Award people, in thinking about each one of those presentations, the thing that hit me most was the simplicity of them. There was nothing complicated about what they were doing. And look who got the award. And I want us to, and you mentioned that in this document, is to keep simplicity in mind if we can, because sometimes we get bogged down.
Yeah, the challenge to this document, in my mind, is that it's going to be a public document out there on our website, and yet at the same time, and I don't want to speak for the committee, personally, I don't want the staff working off of one set of parameters, another set of parameters we're trying to measure, and then we get to the board meeting, and we're going down the same path, but we're going down two rabbit trails to get there. And that's East Texas colloquialism. I apologize for that, but it's, to me, I want to make sure that it is user friendly to the extent that we are all on the same page, no pun intended. Because that's, to me, been the most frustrating part of all this, is that we've got the commissioner that put together his set of priorities, which really, when working with Senator Shapiro and Commissioner Neely, led to HB1, and now is leading to the action steps. So I want to keep it simple, yet at the same time, there's parts of it that are hard to keep simple. In terms of drilling down into how you get the work done. So, but if somebody's got some suggestions how we simplify it, I want to hear it. I really do. So, okay, Glenda.
Okay.
I know you want to walk through it.
This single page that Georgia passed out is our tentative proposal of how we will take the materials that we go over today and roll the whole document into, if it's agreeable. And there's a couple of things I'd like to do with this single page before we go to the document and go through all of the House Bill 1 pieces. In the responsibility column, what I tried to do there is the S stands for staff, so that's CB staff and TEA staff. On this particular one, you don't see P&S, but as I work through the document, there are places where it goes to agency ops, there's a place where it goes to the P&S committee, and then when it says THECB, that was my indication that it would be the board. And we will have, of course, a legend for that as the document moves through. There is a box at the bottom of the left-hand column, and that's what Whit was referring to in terms of the statutory deadline. And I tried to attach the box to the bullet item that it relates to. So the State Board of Education, at the point that we get to these, they actually have to be in place to be taught in the public schools by those dates. And of course, it's English language arts, math, social studies, social sciences, and science. In the timeline, I tried to match the timeline up with activities. And the difficulty I had in that first document you received with the timeline, sometimes it was related to the statutory language, sometimes it's related to board action or to staff action, and it got very confusing. So that was our attempt to make that a little bit smoother. The budget will be tied to the activities. So when we fill in that column, once we get that worked out, we'll be tracking the budget dollars that are assigned to that. I don't think it will ever reflect the full budget for House Bill 1 because there's administration dollars as well, but it will give some sense of what would go to do the summer bridge programs and that sort of thing. in the legislative issues column, we would continue to track. What I think today is once we get through with Susan and Bill Friends, when they talk about some of the legislation that we have drafts of, I believe this column will evolve into legislative issues, and it will continue to have items move in and out of it. The column that I have not yet figured out how to put in and how to use is a column that Dr. Phillips suggested related to stakeholders and players. And I think that tied to a request that Ms. Bricker had made, and I'm not quite sure which of these columns that needs to be tied to, but I want us to not lose that as we go through the discussion. So if you can give me a suggestion there so that I'll be sure and include that as we move forward. Would it be related more to the responsibility section or to legislative issues? Or can we work responsibilities? Okay, I'll try to cover it there as we go. Okay.
Can I ask a question there for Lori and Lynn? How broad of stakeholders are y'all thinking about you want to define?
I don't know it. Laurie knows who and what.
I'm
just an idea person.
My question is, are these not the stakeholders in the responsibility column right now? That's what I'm asking. Who are the stakeholders you're talking about?
I think I was thinking, it's been a long time since we talked about this, I think I was thinking about who would be most impacted by it and who needed to be the ones more knowledgeable about it. For example, some of these, it's specifically for high schools. And so everyone that has anything to do with high schools needed to be aware of what was going on. Others, it was the whole continuum. Some were College of Education. Some were community colleges in the dual credit. So it's not necessarily the responsibility of those implementing it, but also the stakeholders that would be impacted by it that had to be responding.
My thought when I heard this was that you were wanting to, another version of what you just said is that these are the people that if they're not knowledgeable, if they don't at least know what's going on, it can't happen because they have to essentially implement it at some point themselves and keep it going. And so
right.
I thought that was important, and you always have to be careful that you don't extend that too broadly. And so it's really, I tend to think of key stakeholders versus stakeholders which can go on.
Right, and another example is those that were impacted. I'm trying to think how that was. It was not just the community college and the dual credit with the high school. Oh, I know what it was. The data tracking. As recently as yesterday, 2 school board members from 2 different districts just told me that they're purchasing massive amounts of data tracking equipment. And so that's what I mean stakeholders, so that everyone knows that we're not, TEA and the coordinating board are not together putting some sort of piece for House Bill 1 for tracking of data and student information and the courses that they're taking and the PSAT and all the scores and what was it, self-reporting. TBEC was another player. They have a system, school districts have a system, and the coordinating board and TEA are talking about a system. So that was another piece of stakeholders knowing about it.
I wonder if there's a way to work it into the objectives, partially because we get so much room in that column. I wonder if you could sort of put objectives and people who need to impact it or need to take it and run, or who need to be aware of it, or I don't know how
we could certainly do it in a box the way we propose to do the statutory timeline.
Great, it's a great idea.
Do that. Maybe it'll become obvious as we move forward.
Under each respective objective.
Yes.
That's a good idea.
Okay, starting in the left-hand column under the college readiness and success portion of House Bill 1,
We're going to work off the old document.
The old document.
Okay.
I'm trying to get us all to quit using House Bill 1, yet I seem to be the most guilty of using it because there is a new House Bill 1. This is the old House Bill 1. And we are truly only dealing with like 30 pages of a 100-plus page document, that bill, because most of it had to do with financing public education, paying teachers, and that sort of thing. The first section in that bill on college readiness relates to vertical teams and the college readiness standards, and it begins by requiring the Commissioner of Education and the Commissioner of Higher Ed to establish vertical teams of faculty from public school teachers and higher education faculty. And under that, the assignments for the vertical teams follow: to recommend standards and expectation of college readiness for approval by the board, and our board and the State Board of Education, to evaluate the high school curriculum requirements, to see if they really prepare a student for college readiness. This is rigor of the senior year, of course, involved there. To develop instructional strategies for teaching the curriculum so that students are prepared for college level work, and then develop the standards for the curricular and educational materials in English, mathematics, science, and social studies for those students who need additional assistance in preparing. So there are the instructions for the vertical teams. So not only do they determine what the standards are, they have assignments related to getting actual materials together for teachers to use. So it moves beyond just establishing the standards. That group of House Bill 1 language ties into the first objective of the P16 Council's plan, which clearly is to define the standards and expectations of what a student needs to know to be successful in college. And then the activities related to that follow in that third column. And this is the column that the staff is most focused on. This is the one that drives what we are doing here as your staff. Working to identify the people who should serve on the committees, arrange meetings for those people, present expectations statewide to the stakeholders. That's those public school people and higher ed people. Then down to obtain the endorsement of the standards by the P16 Council. And you notice it's just an endorsement of those standards by the P16 Council. Then they are presented to the subcommittees of the board. This is where you'll see P&S show up. To our board and to the Commissioner of Education and to the Texas clusters. And then finally, they go for adoption. And that will come to the coordinating board and to the Commissioner of Education. So that's how we laid out to try to match the activities with the requirements of House Bill 1 and bring that together with the objectives from the P16 Council. So, yes.
What about the involvement of the State Board of Education?
There aren't very many X's in that box as I read this.
We've got to find more X's for that box.
Yeah. I thought the same. It's like, okay, I'm scared still, aren't they?
Well, the very first thing,
What does that say?
State Board of Education. The very first thing in the left-hand column under Section 501, the first little dot is
Mr. Ryder,
put something over there.
maybe I can clarify. On the activities that you see in this column, it might help to know that these were developed along with the staff of TEA a long time ago. So these have not been adjusted in any way as it's become very apparent that we need to include the State Board of Education in a much more deliberate way. We've not made any changes to the activities, so we know that these activities are not probably articulated in quite the way that we need to articulate them. And you'll also notice that it just takes us through the vertical teamwork of the standards piece, so that we've not actually addressed, okay, now what do we do after this 6 months with the vertical teams? In the next 18 months following that, there's going to be the additional work that is outlined from, I guess, the second bullet on. So these activities are not fully developed yet, and so we'd hope that that would be where the staff, working with TEA, would have some flexibility in making changes, obviously not in the first column or the second column, but the third column would need to change as we understand what we need to do and reflect that in that third column.
Given that there are members of the State Board of Education that are already correctly or incorrectly wary about our activities, I think it's critically important, although we do note some involvement with the State Board of Education, I think we need to develop a strategy where we report to the, maybe even have a standing presentation at the State Board of Education meetings to give them an update on what we're working on so that they can respond to us instead of simply giving them a completed package of recommendations. I think we should try to involve the board as much as possible in the process. Otherwise, I'm fearful that there will be blogs going on that mischaracterize what we're trying to do.
Actually, flipping through now, I note that this BOE is noted twice in the whole document.
That's what I was really responding to.
We changed that category from just responsibility to responsibility and or approval. We could put them in there more times.
Well, no, I think so, absolutely.
Just at first glance, you're just talking about curb appeal, basically, to start with.
Absolutely.
Then you're talking about the development of the...
I think that's a great suggestion.
Yeah. When we were distributing X's, we were looking strictly at who would need to do whatever it was.
Yeah, I see that.
That point is well taken.
That's a great... Elaine, did you?
Yes, but off of this subject, so if this is not done, I'll wait.
And I think it should be noted as well that given what's in the activities column, much of it are things that a board would not want to be involved in, so that it will be at a... Some of these are very sort of minute activities and some are very large.
David, that's a great point. I want to throw that at the committee. I had this conversation with Glenda and Lynette Thursday. This really needs to be a dynamic document. I mean, this document will not look anything like this, hopefully, by the time we get to the end of HB1, because there's going to be other activities which will be driven out after the vertical teams have defined college readiness standards and then work on curriculum. I mean, there's going to be a lot of other work activities. And so the question that was posed to me by staff on Thursday, and I said we need to bring it back to committee, was, do we have the flexibility to make changes in this third column without coming back to the board? And my recommendation is that we allow that. I mean, I think we need to be very careful that we don't try to micromanage the activities of what the staff is doing to accomplish the bigger strategic plan. All I asked was, as we do that, we need to update this document and make sure that the board is apprised of those new activities. And then we need to make sure that we don't try to micromanage every one of these activities. Now, if we see slippage in the timeline, we absolutely need to step up and say, you know, what's the challenge or impediment? What can we do as a policy-making board to help, you know, in that area? So that's my opinion. That's my recommendation to the committee. Otherwise, trying to manage the third column it's very difficult.
So what you're saying, as the task is completed, that we move it out of this active document, so we need to create another way to keep up with everything that's been done. So when this is all completed, you don't lose sight of, oh yeah, well we did that way back then, and what the dates were when those things were completed.
Yeah, it could, and it's open.
It's just a record keeping.
It's open for suggestion, or you could leave it on here, but you just consolidate all these. You go, college readiness standards defined, October 10th. It doesn't have all the verbiage there as to how we're going to get there.
Yeah.
So we could, I mean, I'll leave that, you know, it's a recommendation from this group. It'd be great if we were on this document so we can see what's been completed.
Would.
You know,
but you don't want it to bog down the document.
But you don't.
To find the,
to me, you put it in 2 or 3 words,
okay,
and you say completed or something like that. And that's just a suggestion.
Well, very quickly, you will see this. I hate to do this, but shoot you back to the single-page document and look at the very first item under under the activities and then look at the date. Lynette is within 3 names of talking to the people that the commissioner is appointing to our side of the team. We have to go through a process to make sure that the president and provost are aware that they're appointed and nominated by the institution. And we are very close. So that is one that we could change that lengthy column to faculty team, vertical teams appointed, with that.
Yeah.
That, I think that's an
a good
example
point.
of something that we could do.
It's going to give you a very lengthy document in a year and a half to 2 years.
Mr. Ryder, another way that we could do, I don't know if the software would allow us to do this, but there may be a way to actually, over the text of the activity, is put some kind of a completed, so that when you see that particular activity, you don't have to try to figure out across the document if it's completed. Now, I don't know if the software will allow us to do that, but that would be very obvious if we could, somehow superimpose some text over that particular activity. Then everybody know that one's done.
That's a good idea. Great suggestion, though, Lorraine. You'll be laying in the sun by then while we're still working on it.
Looking over your shoulder on the internet, reading what you're doing.
Beaches of Odessa.
We got a lot of sand, we just don't have water.
Elaine, for you, are we okay with the nature, the dynamic nature of the document and handling going forward as a board, being okay with not trying to micromanage this third column? I think it's there for us to know what's going on, but we're going to let the staff try that out. Elaine?
Along those lines, absolutely, there's no way we should, nor have the time or the knowledge to micromanage. However, I think there's some bigger questions that we should ask that sets the framework for all this. For example, where does P through 8 fall within these? Are they going to be included on the vertical teams, even as you're discussing curriculum and so on? Because I think, this is P through 16, but all of this is kind of high school and even it says secondary educators. Why aren't we reaching out all the way down to the Ps and bringing them in, talking about an impacted stakeholder? If they're part of the process and driving the ends outcomes, they'll be better prepared to start looking backwards in the pipeline and getting ready for that. Secondly, the other question I would ask is, when they come together, are we going to have an orientation with regards to, for example, the book College Knowledge, to get everybody rethinking about how they're approaching this? Because there's so many gold nuggets in that book that if we all gather together with the same mindset, we're going to get the same thing, instead of totally breaking the mold as what's described in College Knowledge and moving in that regard. So little things that obviously we shouldn't micromanage, but lead to bigger questions on transformation instead of just a little incremental step.
Your first question about the P to 8 is absolutely a wonderful question, and because our activities don't go far enough, that's not reflected. When the statewide vertical teams that are in statute described as secondary and higher ed faculty, when they complete their work and we go to the regional teams, that's where the representation from P12 becomes the majority group and will truly flow.
Yeah, but we're breaking up the pipeline again like it's always been. Why are we doing that?
I don't have a good answer.
Well, let me try a response. I think the...
Can you move your flag?
I see eyes that thank you.
I think the rationale in the legislature was that we made some substantial progress in improving academic achievement in K through 8. And there's some activities that are going on in middle school, like Gear Up and so forth, that are addressing, but everybody nationally agrees that high school is a disaster. So the focus was there. I think also we had conversations about this. There was also a consideration that this approach, establishing these vertical teams, was so complex and it represented such a radical departure from the way public and higher education have I was about to say interacted, but actually failed to interact with each other, that starting off incrementally made sense. And we recognize that you can't do this by breaking up the pipeline. And in fact, in testimony yesterday, I made exactly that point before the House and the Senate Higher Education Committees. I think we can work it out that you focus on preparation in high school, and then you bring in the P through 8. And I think we can encourage regional P16 councils like the one in Houston, and already, of course, El Paso is working on these issues across the pipeline or throughout the pipeline. But you're right, we can't break it up, and we have to bring in these other sectors as quickly as possible. I think there was also some belief that to try to bring in all these sectors all at once would just be overwhelming.
But having one or two from further up in the pipeline, why don't we take Radical to the next level, because we don't have time to get 620,000 more students from a population that is moving in the negative direction. So I think it calls for radicalness to the nth degree. And
well, we can address that issue.
Yeah, and also the new ways of thinking. How are we going to? How do we measure that we're really breaking the mold? How do we measure that we're really rethinking in these vertical teams about some of the new information that we read about in College Knowledge and whatever? How can we make sure that is going forward?
Well, we're proposing that we've proposed to various committees and various members of the legislature in the past several weeks that we very desperately need accountability measures related to sending students to college in the high school accountability system. We talked about that at the retreat. There's a lot of interest in doing that. If we get those accountability measures in place, I think that will force all these other kinds of issues to fall into place. We can also use these new educational research centers to take a look at these issues. What kind of improvement in college-going rates might be directly attributable to both vertical teams, accountability measures, and some other ideas we might implement.
Yeah, it would be nice though when in 10-7, when we consider the first reading of the new standards for readiness, that we have some idea that actually along that, from now until 10-7, things are being looked at in a different way. And I guess that's what I'm really, outcomes, yes, but in the process, because this is so earth-shattering that we're doing this, but why not make sure that in the process we're looking at things in a different way?
I think what you're getting at is an important point. Is what do you, the groups that get together, what structure do you provide them so that they are thinking about things differently? Lynette sent an email last week in which Dave Connolly was saying, made the point that it's important sort of what questions you ask them, which is true, it can head them in a different direction. How do you use Dave Connolly in the process? How do you withdraw materials from there? And I think that's something that staff has begun, but we probably need some additional work on. Do you want to say something about that?
I can share a few things. In working with TEA, since this is a joint activity, we've talked with him about using Dr. Connolly as the facilitator for the process, and they're very excited about that opportunity. So we'd like to engage him in using his materials and how he envisions the process, which when he was here for the board meeting, he met with the TEA staff as well as our own staff and talked about how he sees the process folding out. And they were all engaged in conversation with him, and I think they're very much interested in following his process, which allows for an awful lot of input from even though you have the vertical teams that seem to be mostly secondary, it provides input from all stakeholders in the process. So using Dr. Conley in that way, I think we're going to be able to infuse some of his work and his research in this process. And, you know, Glenda did buy 200 books for dissemination to...
Not personally.
He has met with the chief academic officers. He's
And
met
from the
with
board level,
legislative
obviously,
staff.
we can't say what to do or how to do it, but we can demand that it's different and that it's bold and that it's transforming. And those are the kind of measurements at a board level, I think, although they're so esoteric, that we need to ask and we need to have some accountability on as this process moves forward. That's all.
Well, we take your point that if you want radically different results, you need radically different actions.
I think in our context-setting piece, it would be highly appropriate to mention the research that's behind all of this. And
Well, I think Elaine's point is really well taken in that in 2015, it's the 4th through 8th graders, 1st through 4th graders, that are really going to be impacted at 2015. So we need to be looking at how those teachers, those parents, those community leaders, we're not just looking at high school kids now. We're looking at 8 years from now, and where they are right now is where we need to begin. So I totally agree with you. Your point is well taken.
And I think we don't want people to think this just sprang full blown, out of the head of Medusa. I think we ought to explain, who the thinkers are in the field. One paragraph, college knowledge and all that stuff.
I know my hair looks like Medusa.
It might also help you to know that when I've been talking to the higher ed representatives that we want to have on the vertical teams, that a number of questions that I've gotten from a number of those folks is, well, is this going to be the same old, because if it is, I don't want to be involved.
Yeah, and that's a legitimate question.
And so, I've
say this too shall pass.
Yeah.
Right, it's not something we're going to do and put on the shelf.
Where are you hearing that?
From the higher ed folks that we're putting on that we're inviting to be on the
Through 8
vertical
on there would be
teams.
something different. Yeah, that's right. I'm just saying.
Well, and also in this document, to reflect that same kind of radical thinking and commitment that this isn't going to just be something that goes on the shelf. In addition to the research component and where this came from, that this is the kind of transformative document or result we want from all of these initiatives that are in here.
And what we're trying to impress upon the vertical team members is that the setting of the college readiness standards, while it's the linchpin for a lot of activities that come after that's just the first 6 months. After that, there's a lot more work that has to be done by the vertical teams on instructional strategies. It's the other items here that really will impact whether education is transformative in this state. And so I think that at least we're making an effort for those folks to understand how important this is and how different this is from anything we've ever done before. So I hope we're moving in the direction that you're talking about.
I think also, Elaine, when I say we don't want to micromanage the process, that's not to say we don't want to challenge the staff exactly the way you are right now, saying from the standpoint of who we want to impact. And are we doing that? And if not, why so? I mean, I think even though that may not be reflected in the document, I think that's our role as a policy board, is to ask those questions, okay? And to ask those questions about the task as we go through it. So I don't think it's intended to say that is out of bounds for us.
Well, I think the point that you all have made is exactly right. That's one of the reasons I sent around that New York Times article.
Yeah.
Because the whole point of that New York Times article is that the schools that are successful with poor students and students of color do things radically differently.
You're here. Yeah.
And we have to recognize that there's a growing body of evidence that suggests that the conventional ways of delivering education don't work for the kids that we most need to reach. So we certainly accept the challenge.
Raymond, this is pretty esoteric, I guess, but there are a lot of social economic reasons why students don't succeed. And do we address that in any way under our mission here to encourage attention to that?
Well, I think we haven't had a full enough discussion about those issues. How do you address the extracurricular circumstances that affect academic performance? I think we have to, at some point, we're going to have to form partnerships with the Department of Health Services. I had before he left, I had been talking to Commissioner Sanchez about some of these issues. Obviously, poor children can't learn if they're hungry. They're not going to learn very much if they're not healthy. We have to find ways. Lynn has made this point. We have to find ways to tie our strategies in to the realities of adult basic education. How much can we expect to change the educational outcomes of poor children if their parents can't help them at all? If they can't read beyond the 3rd or 4th grade level, if they can't do a basic problem in algebra, we're going to have to take a look at those issues, and we're going to have to figure out a way to work at scale. That's one of the issues I wanted to talk about. How we get the message out on a statewide basis to poor families about how critical it is for them to be involved in sending their kids and promoting the idea of going to college to their families. We haven't done that. But once again, if you look at the small schools that have had success, one of the first things they do is they have their parents sign a contract to make sure that they're involved and that they're doing their share to help promote the academic achievement of their children. We're going to have to bring all those different elements into one synthetic strategy.
Other comments? I think we all agree with that.
One last thought on this is this concept of transformation. It would be nice as if you all are in the planning and October comes around, that we see what is transformational about the things that are being done. And if that question is constantly being asked when you all are meeting, I think then perhaps it'll open up some thoughts to make sure indeed that we're moving down that way.
Well, establishing a college-bound culture is a transformational, radical, contextual notion. As Connolly's book demonstrates, we still have a public educational system in which sending 15 to 20% of high school graduates to college was considered satisfactory. Right. Not only satisfactory in terms of educational outcomes, but satisfactory to the needs of the general economy. And we haven't broken that model yet.
It was quite sobering reading that book.
Yeah.
I wasn't drinking at the time.
Other times, yes. At that time, no.
It might drive you to drink.
It did me when I was on the school board.
Yeah.
Okay.
I guess, Glenn, what I'm hearing here is that as we meet as a board and as a committee, that is going to be a continuing issue that we ask as this work is developed, is how is that being addressed? And so that's the only way we're going to constantly be asking that, what's being done, what actions are being taken, is that being discussed, and that it is an issue on the table all the time in all these meetings. So,
yes. And I think that'd be a great thing to keep the staff, keep it in front of us all the time. Sometimes we get very focused and forget those kinds of things. Okay, I think we're ready for the responsibility column, and again, that's one that we're going to need to work on as we complete. For each of these items in the activity list, we will need to will take very seriously the comments related to the State Board of Education and look at those to make sure that we're doing it. In terms of the stakeholders, that's one that I think we're going to have to, we will recognize those very quickly, but I think we're going to have to count on some input from our committee and others to be sure that we're not overlooking a group that we need to be sure that's included. So as we add that stakeholder portion to that, that's something we'll need assistance with. I think the timeline is going to be readily apparent. The new version of that will have an original timeline that we established up front. If there's any slippage, we'll move that on there. But if we also do it faster, we'll be sure that we get some credit for that as well. The budget section will be based, that's not on the document that you have. We will have a budget section that's tied to these activities so that you will have that information. Looking now at the implementation notes, that's those challenges. WIT has called them derailers sometimes, and I don't think we've captured in this column yet what all needs to be captured. I put these together from the document, the monthly updates that we've been doing on House Bill 1, where we have listed challenges, and so this is not at all complete. But the kinds of things that you could expect in this column for each of the activities are things that we need to do. We, like in this case, work with colleges and universities to help gain an understanding that the process may lead to greater standardization of the curriculum. One of the things that we are doing for that is Dr. Connolly and our commissioner did a taping the day before the board meeting, and that taping is going to be included with the taping we did of Senator Shapiro. It's put together in a presentation, and it will be out over Starlink, which is the community college satellite network that about 25 universities subscribe to as well. And so on February 20th, an hour-and-a-half program on college readiness standards and the information similar to what Dr. Connolly gave to the board will be presented. And because the people at Starlink at the LaCroix Center in Dallas think it is such a superior interview, the discussion that took place, they have come back to us with a proposal to actually put it on CDs that we would purchase and send to all of the institutions and to a lot of other people. So we're thinking we'll probably end up doing 10,000 of those that will be part of this awareness, letting public schools know. We'll send superintendents and principals to the PTAs, school boards, if that's a group that we need to target at this point. But we'll have, our main goal was to get more information out to the high schools and to the colleges and universities, because there's so many people out there who still don't have a clue that this is coming. We haven't yet touched those people. And so that's one of the ways. The Henry Hartman, who does Starlink, told me it was one of the best ones he's seen in 15 years. He just thinks it's superior.
When do we get to see it?
Well, the first time we'll get to see it is February 20th. Great. And so if you're near a community college or university and you want to see it, it's at 1:30 in the afternoon, and I will send the information out. Okay. So that you'll know. We go over to ACC and watch it. Mm-hmm. They allow us to join their group.
And this kind of goes back to Lynn's comment. A board meeting ago, we talked about Top Cat, and we're getting ready to spend dollars to produce, this kind of data. And I think her comment was, how do we make sure that, I forgot the phrase, but how do we make sure that the people who want to see this are seeing it? Mm-hmm. So in my mind, when this is coming up on February 20th, how do we make sure that the right people are watching this? Just go out on some blog and everybody says February 20th there's going to be this presentation among 10,000 other presentations which are made on Starlink. How do we, again?
Well, Starlink does a fabulous job with the two-year colleges with getting the information out. They send flyers out, but it's still not enough. And that's why we're hoping the DVDs will be able to fill in what we don't achieve with the actual showing.
Glenda, Yvette just told me that it's going to be webcast.
Oh, okay.
So that provides a much larger audience.
So you can actually watch it on the web. So we'll get that information to you.
So the audience is aimed at universities and colleges?
That was our intent when we filmed it for Starlink. We were asking Dr. Conley and Commissioner Paredes to talk about college readiness standards, the vertical teams, how we could use those, what was happening with House Bill 1, using Dr. Conley's experience. And so they take that with the intent that it be used for really the community colleges. That was where we were at that point. Only to discover as they were editing the document, Henry Hartman said, this is really, really good. We need to take advantage of it, and here are some suggestions. So that's where we are.
Appropriate for, maybe the superintendents? Is it appropriate for, moving down the pipeline?
Yes, he said that once he got to listening to it, and of course he had to view it a number of times, it was clear that there was so much information for P12 that he thought we should share it. And so that was what moved us into the direction of sending it to everybody we could.
We may have to work with TEA and figure out how to...
We need to get word out to superintendents.
Yeah.
The other thing we will do is we will ask Commissioner Neely if she would like to do an introduction for the one that goes to the public schools, so that it will come with her endorsement.
Well, the advantage of what you're talking about is beyond contacting everyone. If it's in that format, it can be available on our web for months. And on the TEA web as well, and
that's a really good.
So I mean, it should be there and easy to find, so that it doesn't have to take this one iteration. And something that probably the colleges of ed are going to want to make sure all their future teachers see.
Does Starlink have any relationship with that Channel 1?
No, not to my knowledge.
Down the road, it might be a good thing to have on Channel 1.
We've actually begun discussions with Henry Hartman about how Starlink and the TETN network, which is the
TEA,
the P12 network, and Starlink is not quite as sophisticated as what they do with TETN, but we've gotten them connected so that there are discussions about how those two could work together. So.
If you're doing that, you need to talk to A&M and UT as well, because they have systems, and that's one of our difficulties in the state. Everybody develops separate systems, but they both have interactive TV that covers all their institutions.
And they can talk to each other, and I think they can talk to the K-12.
Well, it's also the A&M and UT schools.
When you involve A&M, you have
capability for Starlink.
When you involve A&M, I believe they have a connection to every one of their experiment stations, which is in every county of the state.
That would be great.
They're so good.
So, David, you're saying that this will be on our website? Or
We can. I mean, given it's going to be in that format, we certainly should put it on our website.
It will be on the 20th. Because we won't have a copy of it until after that, but we can put it up. It will be on the Starlink website, and we can get you that so you can watch it on your computer.
At that specific time?
No, you will be able to, not through our board website, but through Starlink.
And so you'll let us know?
Yeah, I'll have to send you all the connecting information.
So when will we be able to put it on our website?
Shortly after that.
When they get through showing it, and then they'll send me, usually that day I get a copy of it, and that's the way we can watch it.
Once it gets on our website, you can watch it at 3 in the morning if you want to.
Great.
But you're also going to come up with how we get this to the superintendents.
Yes, we will work on that.
We'll work with TEA.
Okay.
Okay, under that implementation notes, there's a note to us, and that second one doesn't make sense unless you can read my mind. We are really thinking about ways that as core curriculum courses are impacted by the work of the college readiness standards, these are those introductory gatekeeper courses that are also going very likely through the course redesign process, what impact it will have with things that we have ongoing. The academic course guide manual is our inventory of those courses and who's authorized to teach what, across the state. And so working with the academic course guide manual advisory committee is one of the things that we've got to remember right up front. They need to be represented. We need to be sure that we tie those in. So this will be rewritten in a coherent statement, hopefully, and not when I'm on allergy medicine, which I'm on right now because I was having trouble in here with the carpet earlier, and I realized I'm about 2/3 out of it, so I apologize. The last of those implementation notes is that we've got to internally, with the movement, with these standards being developed and with course redesign, the statutory requirement, as you will see later, we are already well underway with that first series of courses. Joe and his staff are moving forward with that. Those courses may need to be realigned once the standards are in place. So we're going to have a process here so that we are looking back at those courses. Joe, do you have any comment that you'd like to make about that?
No, it's just, it can't all proceed linearly, so we'll go at it as best we can.
So what we were trying to do in that column is just put some of those things in there as reminders. Don't get too far along without being sure you check with this other activity that's being required to go forward.
Wendell, let me ask you, there were certain, when you looked at the challenges area in our last board report, we omitted certain challenges that we put in our last board report from here.
Yes.
And because I think the way that we had stated them sounded like that we were being more talking about somebody not doing their part of the job, and I know we don't want to do that.
TEA.
But at the same time, I want to make sure that we somehow capture those items, those what I call as elephants in the room, if those are real impediments. And so I'm not saying you got to address that right now, but we need to address those issues somewhere. Okay. And I mean, because those were some very important issues that were omitted from this document that were on that document.
Let me ask a question along those lines. Will TEA or the State Board of Education feel as though we are taking this document and after the board approves it, that we're going down a road that they have been left out of? Is there a point in time where we need to engage them? Because as I look at every single one of the items in the original House Bill 1, they all cannot be done in a vacuum without the P12 on board. So I guess the question is what is the appropriate time to engage our partners? And will they, if we were to hand them this document completed, be more offended that we have done this without them rather than engage them in the process? I don't know. It just when we talk about obstacles, if in fact we pass this document, is there someone on the P12 side that's going to say, well, thanks for talking about high school curriculum. We thought we were the high schools.
Well, let me try to respond to that. I don't think there's anything in this document we haven't discussed with TEA. We meet with TEA staff regularly to work out strategies, to work out definitions, to work out ways in which we can get the vertical teams to work together. As I read through this, there wasn't a single thing in here that I could imagine that we hadn't discussed very extensively with TEA. I talk to Shirley on a regular basis about these kinds of issues, and we've made a commitment not to surprise one another. I think it's fair to say that the relationship between us, and I mean that broadly, higher education and P through 12 is still very much a work in progress, and I think we have to be very vigilant to make sure that we do inform people about all that we're doing. But we're very much aware that we have to do this collaboratively. So they do know, and you'll see that most of these activities are joint activities.
And will Shirley, I mean, she is keeping her board involved and informed, I'm hoping. And and you don't have to answer that.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So then the next thought would be is what would be the appropriate way to roll this out? And I'm thinking in terms of the loosely formed group that we have, that Neil has put together, and because I was also making notes of other stakeholders and policymakers like TASB, and the fact that Texas Scholars kind of bubbled up from business leaders and then went to TBEC, and now it's a statewide, which is the default curriculum, and that kind of all started. So that, as we're talking about rigor of the senior year, we're talking about high school alignment, we're talking about Texas Scholars and how that's changed the whole paradigm. So those are the kinds of things, and I guess we need to think about the appropriate way to present this or to roll it out so that we get the buy-in from all of the stakeholders.
I think that our relationship with TEA is strong. I made the recommendation about reporting directly to the State Board of Education, which is a way of responding to the issue you raised a moment ago. I think we need to. We are taking another look at the statewide P16 Council and thinking of reorganizing, refocusing some of its activities. I think we have to find ways to coordinate more effectively with regional P16 councils. I think that this commission for College Ready Texas, which has still not been announced, although we were told some weeks ago that it was imminent, that body will be able to help us in making contacts. But I do think that TEA has a website on House Bill 1 and P16 activities, and I think that we probably need to do something similar from the point of view of the coordinating board, and we need to find ways to stay in regular contact with superintendents.
Ms. Bricker, just so that you know what the commissioner was talking about with the TEA staff, Evie and I meet with them every other week. Right now we're in the throes of getting the first vertical team meeting agenda all set, and so we've been working feverishly on getting those details taken care of. But all along we've been talking with them about the activities related to the P16 strategic plan and how we need to go back and revisit those, which are the things you see here. So they're very aware of the activities of this board, of the things that we need to be doing jointly with them in making changes to the activities, and those things that don't necessarily overlap with their activities, things that we're doing will show up here, and they recognize that that's not necessarily impacting what they do, but it's going to show up in our plan. And so, yes, we are very much in touch with them, and their P16 coordinator comes to our board meetings, so she's very aware of the discussions that the board has. And so we're moving forward. I don't think there are any surprises, at least so far, and we don't intend to have any surprises. So we'll sit down with them when we figure out how the board would like this thing to look, to have those discussions with them and, quite frankly, change some of these activities. the commission that the commissioner was talking about is not really reflected in here, and that's a function of it's not been announced yet. So those kinds of things that we are aware of, can't really put them in here yet because we're waiting for other things to take place. So yes, I don't think there are any surprises here for the staff.
Well, I think Lori's comment's great. I think once we come up with our finished document, I think the key thing is to go back to them, not with a finished document, but with the work that our board's done with the staff and where we're trying to get, and to solicit their feedback and their input on the document so that they feel like it's a shared product. I think that's what I'm hearing you say.
Well, and possibly in the back of my mind that just dawned on me is that tomorrow morning the Greater Houston Partnership is having a committee meeting to approve recommendations of the Governor's Business Council to take them to their executive board for approval. And of course, one of the recommendations, number 7 to be specific, is to basically abolish this agency as we know it and the board. I guess I'm trying to load up on my ammunition because, not literally, well, maybe literally, but these are the kinds of things that have, if they knew, the Greater Houston Partnership and other chambers of commerce and business leaders and policymakers, if they knew the kinds of serious policy decisions that we're making and how that will impact the state of Texas, I don't think that number 7 would be in there. Maybe.
Let me. So, because that comment will create a lot of consternation here. The recommendation was not to eliminate the agency. The recommendation was to just and I understand from the people who crafted that document that they really didn't mean to eliminate all the members of the coordinating board. They really were thinking in terms of reconstituting the board in a way that would give it greater strength. So they didn't do a very good job of conveying that message, but I've been told that that's what they had in mind. I guess that's why they're still wrestling with the final draft.
We had an A-Corp committee meeting yesterday afternoon here, and that very question was asked by Norm Hackerman that chairs that committee.
Really?
Yes. And of course, legislation gets introduced every session to eradicate this entity. So I said that. So what's new? That comes up every time. But hadn't yet this session, but probably will. Sounds like it's on its way. But there is discussion of that. There is every time, but I think it's on kind of a different level now.
Okay, do you want to
ready to move on?
Forward?
Yep.
Let's go to the second page, and the second House Bill 1 reference the end of course assessment as a placement instrument.
Can I ask one thing?
Certainly.
Brenda, as we go through here, and we're going to try to move through the document, and we really want feedback, because we really want to talk about these, quote, legislative board retreat issues, which will draw Susan and the Commissioner in that discussion. But do we want to approve each objective as we go through here? Because at the end of this, why don't we do that at the backside?
Okay.
Well, what I'd say is,
if
anybody has to change objective 1 the way we've written it, I'd say let's get those comments on the table now as we go to the next objective, okay?
And that's in column 2.
Because that's one thing that we've been given authority to do, and we've been asked to do by the board. So when I see the work and how it fits into HB1, I'm fine with the way objective 1's been drafted. But if somebody else has a suggestion for it, we need to get that on the table now.
Okay, moving to the end of course exams, the section of that legislation says, to the extent practicable, TEA is to ensure that any high school end-of-course assessment instrument is developed in such a way that it may be also used to determine appropriate placement of a student in a course at an institution of higher education. And that aligns with Objective 2 from the P16 Council's strategic plan in terms of aligning exit-level assessments youth and public education with the entry-level expectations of higher education. So the alignment is there. And then, of course, these are the activities listed in the third column related to that. We have probably since within 3 months of Commissioner Paredes arriving, we have had on the table the fact that we need to look at all of the assessment instruments that we in higher ed use to determine, are you ready for your first real college course, and used for purposes of placement and developmental ed, that those need to be aligned. And so you will see that reflected in some of the activities. And, of course, this fits up with the responsibilities. Some of these are truly TEA staff will be working on. Some as a combined effort. Some will be our staff. All related to end-of-course placement. Mr. Ryder, do you want me to go through each of these, or?
I personally don't want you to. I think that we gave this document to everybody to read before we came in here anyway, and so if somebody has a question about one of those tasks, I think that's fine. Otherwise, I'd suggest we move across to the right-hand side and especially get to the board retreat priorities, which are legislative issues for us to look at.
In our implementation notes, you will see this is one that comes from the TEA side. It is their concern that the high schools will have to administer both the end-of-course exams and the tax. And so there is that issue with the staff at TEA is how is this all going to shake out, what's going to be, which exam is going to be used for what purpose.
Glenda, may I just add, since we're going to put this on our website, I plan to talk to TEA to make sure that we're not speaking in a way that they don't want this to be public. So that's one of the
But they've shared this with us. This is one of
their concerns.
It's important. Okay.
And then the other one is thinking on our side of the house is having TEA use those end-of-course exams as an indicator from the accountability side. And then from the board priorities, consider recommending that tax be reduced in importance and use a more rigorous end-of-course exam. And then consider requiring the coordinating board to work with the vertical teams and the research centers to design or select aligned end-of-course exams. So that's one of the other things that came out of your discussion the other day.
Glenda, one thing that worries me a little bit in some of this, and I'm not sure where this comes in, because you've got your end of course and then you've got your end of high school. But remember the summit where the number one thing that came up was one test?
Yes.
And I just wonder if in our language we could acknowledge that instead of acting like it's a whole new evaluation process, because a lot of people have already thought a lot about that.
Well, I think if you look at the third bullet under this one in the activities column, that's where we tried to capture that. We have not
that's
yet.
what I'm saying is I don't think that captures it. That sounds like, we're going to look down and examine that. We never had that summit. The number one thing that came out of it wasn't one exam. I say it doesn't give enough credit to the work that we ourselves have asked people to do at our own summits. So maybe it's more like acknowledge the near unanimous desire for one test.
My memory is that came from every group, that request came from every group that reported.
Yeah,
was to only have one way of a...
And maybe we could also reference looking at best practices, because it seems like we've also talked about looking at the Regents test or Regents exam that's given in New York. And like, I'm trying to remember if that's where I read it. Is that in that Tough Choices, Tough Times, where it talks about the board, what was it called, like a board exam or something?
The Regents exam.
Is that what the
Regents exam? National board exam.
Is that what they talk about in that Tough Choices, Tough Times? So maybe we could reference that, like Lynn said, so that we can give it more validity, like we didn't just think about it.
We had one of our interns recently do a little bit of literature background search on end-of-course exams, and right now Colorado or California is the only state that is using their end-of-course exams for an entrance type exam. There are a lot of states that are looking into it at this point. It
can be used in New York, but it's not mandatory that they use it. They use that or they use the SAT this term. So there's a lot of them going on. There are a lot of them using, right now that there's some that are using a standard exam and some that are using exams that they're trying to implement at this point and putting their own exams. So it's a very new sort of thing, and so it's just kind of getting off the ground at this point.
And I'm wondering what Georgia uses with the Hope Scholarship. I don't think there's any exam.
There's not.
It's just the grade point average.
And in Texas, the grade points from high school, grade points are based on a 4 scale all the way up to a 12 scale.
Right.
So
That's addressed on Board of Retreat priorities.
so that's
What I'm hearing, Glenda, if we can acknowledge those issues they brought, like again, help show that a lot of work's been done and that there's been concurrence already in under the third column there. Okay. Did y'all pick those up?
We did.
Okay. Now, on the Board of Retreat priorities, before we go to the next page, is there anything from a legislative standpoint there that we want to discuss about right now?
I think so.
Okay.
They're coming.
Okay.
Third page.
Okay.
Recommended high school program. This is the 4x4. And it matches with Objective 3 from the P16 Council's plan. And it matches up with the activities that we had in the Commissioner's priority, which was the emphasis on improving the rigor of the senior year. And follows through. I don't think anything in that number 1 under activities is anything new for this group. If we go on across under number 1.
Wait a minute, Commissioner.
Glenda, why don't you say a little bit about what's going on at the State Board of Education in implementing the 4th year of rigor and particularly what's been happening in the last couple of board meetings regarding math, so that we understand what the challenges are.
Well, and Evie is the person who has been following those and going to it. As I understand it, there was initially the issue about students who were able to take algebra in 8th grade, and whether or not the students who did that would have to have the 4th year in high school. And the decision was made that they would not have to. That would count as their 4 years. But they would have that option. For students who didn't take it in 8th grade, they would take 4 years. Then the issue became what courses could make up those 4 courses. And I see Pat Hicks is here, and Pat, I hate to put you on the spot. But no, in terms of the math courses that can make up those that are available, they include courses that many people are uncomfortable with in terms of their rigor.
George Rizlov is the person that is.
Why don't you come up to the mic, please? Pat's from TEA, and her presence here, I think, is an indication that we are working together.
And many of you will remember Pat Hicks as being with the executive director with the University Chancellors and Presidents. I can't talk this morning, so just ignore me. Chancellors and Presidents group. And she's now the P16 director at TEA.
And what you just explained is about as good a job as I could do, but George Rizlov, our curriculum director, I can put a call into him if there's anything that you didn't cover in your statement just now. But I understand it to be that there are a group of math courses that are kind of
they're less challenging.
Yes,
it may be the most diplomatic way to put that. And so there's some real concern, depending on what students choose to take, to meet the 4 credits in math.
And whether
The-
they take them in 8th grade or start with the first year of math in the 9th grade.
Ninth grade. And the other issue that supports that is that there is not a sufficient number of certified teachers in mathematics to deliver those courses in the way that we would all want them delivered for our children. And that is an ongoing issue, that is an issue for this board as well as the State Board of Education and the TEA staff and commissioner. And that's one of the things that Commissioner Paredes and Commissioner Neely have been trying to get addressed with the deans of the colleges of education and the deans of the colleges of arts and sciences, the executive committees of those organizations. You've now met with 3 times, I believe, and the reception from that group for that discussion of helping encourage pre-service teachers to pursue math and science as a career objective, along with special ed and bilingual ed, is a challenge.
Well, yeah, it's if you think back to what Ms. Mendoza was talking about earlier in terms of doing things differently, it's more than getting the universities to produce more math teachers alone, because there's really a market issue. And, you know, what teachers are paid, what math teachers are paid is really fundamentally a problem. I think you can only marginally increase the supply of math teachers if we're not able to offer them more attractive salaries given their career options. And I think we at least have to bear that in mind.
Yeah, and I think that under our implementation notes, I'm not happy with that kind of language. Identify ways to have enough certified teachers in math. This is where we need to really get in there and do what we're doing in the state with nurses. That needs to be some sort of legislative thing. You know, pay this much to get the teachers. They're not just, well, let's sit around and talk about how we can get some more math teachers. This is just exactly where we've got to get some teeth into this thing.
See, that's right. I asked Glenda to comment about what's going on at the State Board of Education. There's a constant danger of slippage in developing and then sustaining rigor. Was it Jefferson who said that the price of freedom is eternal vigilance? Well, the same thing applies to rigor. The price of rigor is eternal vigilance, and we just there's just a built-in tendency in public education to let standards slip.
Well, and that was really obvious in that New York Times article that you gave us,
Sure.
which was shocking to me, that states would deliberately dumb down their own standards to make themselves look better, because who ultimately is hurt by that? Not just the students, but the whole economic future of that state and their well-being. It just makes no sense. I mean, it's not just the State Board of Education here, but it's across the nation, right?
A former commissioner of education, Skip Mena, once told this board that if the universities didn't produce qualified teachers, they would find teachers somewhere. And the implication to me was whether they were qualified or not. And so part of what happens in math is related to rigor is if we don't produce the teachers, somebody still is going to teach the math. What are we really accomplishing if you don't have someone there who can provide the rigor that's needed, who's accomplished enough? And so that, you know, I hadn't really thought of the math teachers in the context of nursing, but I think that's an apt comparison. And we've never really put it in that framework before, and I think can cause us to look a little differently. I mean, that's something that, you know, Susan may have some ideas on from a funding standpoint, and that opens up the way we look at it.
That's where course redesign and distance learning kick in, and that's what a lot of districts are doing now.
Very much so.
Please teach them the math, you know. But let's not use language ourselves that has slippage all in it.
You're very good point.
Yeah, this is where, in moving across, you have, in the board retreat priorities, you have related to the indicator system, and this kicks in, you've got measure progress in adding rigor to the senior year, and so on. And I believe Susan is going to share with us what's currently in the TEA system related to college readiness, so that you'll at least have that as a background.
Right. Currently, TEA in their AEIS system, and I'm going to make certain copies made. What they have is they call them their college readiness indicators, and it talks about the percent of their students who are taking advanced courses, AP or dual credit, that sort of thing. Percent of their graduates that graduate with the recommended high school program or the distinguished high school program, percent that tested on AB, because you can take an AP course, but then you don't necessarily take the test. So they're looking at the percent who tested, and of those who met the criteria of greater than 3 on the test, which means that they're more likely to get college level credit, and then the percent that scored less than that. They also have the percent that took the Texas Success Initiative and reached the college readiness standard. In English, language arts, and mathematics. The percent that took the TSI, the success task used to be. And then they have SAT scores, and at or above the criterion, and they have the college readiness standard for that. And then they have it for the mean for the whole class, and the same thing for the ACT. What they don't have, and what we are talking with TEA about, is what percent of their students go on to college, and how many of those students are required to take developmental ed, and that sort of thing. So that is those are some of the things that we're talking to them about. Now, as these college readiness standards are implemented and are raised, we're assuming they will be raised, that's going to make these numbers look even worse. None of that is on the TEA website at this point. And that's what we're in discussion with them to put, is the percent that go on, whether they go to a 4-year institution, whether they go to a 2-year institution, and that sort of thing. And we're just in the discussion process now with them. When we called them to ask what they were doing and how they were looking at this, they hadn't started on it at that point. So they've been so focused. I mean, there's a lot of HB1 on the TEA side that we have not, that we don't even have to deal with. So they have been very busy looking at the other things, and I think this kind of slipped through the cracks with them. So, and a lot of this is information that we will be able to provide them. Some of it is stuff that we already have on our website that we will be able to give them, fairly quickly whenever they get ready, and so they can look at some of the information that's out there already to see how the institutions compare.
Something else we need, and this isn't a reflection on TEA because this is a national issue, is we really need some notation that these percentages of who's going on to college is that that's a percentage of the ones that are left in 12th grade.
They have, and they don't have it as a college readiness standard. They have what they call a dropout rate. The way it is calculated has been an issue for
There was another national report yesterday. I know y'all saw on the news.
Yeah, it's
well, it doesn't matter whether they report it or not because other people report it. But it's important if we're going to roll this out and have this big revolution that we're able to tell people what's what.
Right. And that's true. And that's true because statewide they look. If you look at what they report, they have a, I think it's a 5.7% dropout rate.
Well, that's just, what?
That is just.
So, I think that may be one of the first things.
Has already announced that they're going to rework the way they do that, and I don't know the details of that, but I guess at least 3 weeks ago, Pat, she made a public announcement of that.
That they're going to. And so when they get that done, that will go a long way to showing.
That will help,
Because, that kind of a dropout rate we all know is.
It's really a completion rate is what we need to look at.
Right.
Right.
Another comment, and I'm thinking it might go under section 3.10, but I don't want to lose sight of it, so plug it in where you think. when I think of the rigor of the senior year, it's not just about dual credit and AP, but it's also about plugging in those developmental ed courses so that those students are ready as well. So both sides of the spectrum. And
That's good.
kind of the overarching thought of this is how many students leave school their senior year at noon? I mean, a lot of them do, right? And whatever that, for whatever reason. So if the high school has its responsibility and requirement as part of an indicator to make sure that every child, no matter which category they fall in, even if, and this is the pushback, I always try and think, what the opposition's going to say if there is an opposition, even if those kids that have to work. So if they're saying, well, what about kids that have to work half a day, and that's why they're, okay, fine, well, what is that principal doing to make sure that the kind of workplace is supporting whatever their future is going to be as far as internships or whatever. Covering all of your high school students and not this portion that are college ready already are getting the dual credit and AP and IB and all that, and this group's just kind of...
Well, it'll cover that if it just tells us the number of hours they spend in core subjects.
That's true.
And that's what this
That's true. But
because a lot of,
but especially if you're on a the system, the either a quarter system or if you're on a what do you call it, block scheduling, you can have all of those courses and skip your senior year right now.
right. But if you're reporting how many hours seniors are taking, then you know.
Right.
I mean, if they're there half a day or however long they're there. Now, in our district, we love for them to leave as soon as possible. Leave 10:30.
We actually have another intern who...
They're counted for the money. Then they leave.
Right.
Oh, yeah.
1031.
We actually had another intern who did a study, and she's just done the preliminary part of the study, and she's going to go more depth into it, looking at the rigor of the senior year and how useful it is. And she looked at the number of courses, the average number of courses seniors were taking in core fields, sciences, math, English, social studies, those sort of things. And it was showing the relationship of the number of courses they took in the senior year into, one, how many percent that went on to college, and then it also looked at their graduation rates and that sort of thing. And she came up with one very interesting fact, and that's why she's going to do more research, is that when you got to, the number kept going up. Graduation rates kept going up 4 year, 5 year. If they took 3, 4, 5 courses, academic courses their senior year, when she got to that 6th course, results went down. And what they're looking at is that you have a lot of students who weren't taking courses or they failed courses, and so they're pushing it all into that senior year.
Wow.
And so you're actually seeing those percentages drop. So that's where they're going back and doing additional study, is to say, okay, is there a way to tease out, are these students that just really want the academic rigor of their senior year, or are they forced into taking those number of courses just in order to graduate from high school? And so that's where she's...
So you've got two measures, quality and quality.
Right. And so you've got all these students who have, may have failed the course and now they're having to take it again and that sort of thing. So she's going back into it now to try and tease out what type of factors she can out of that part of it. But it has a direct correlation by the senior year rigor, how the number of courses up through 5 academic courses.
Well, and there's also
graduation rate.
There also has been the argument that as we put more rigor in 9 through 12, that those kids stack up in the 9th grade, and that's where they drop out because they can't get those. And as we put more rigor, we're pushing those kids out the door. I don't particularly believe it, but there are quite a few kids that stack up.
You'll see a big bubble that at the 9th grade where you'll see a bunch of students stacking up.
We called it the 9th grade.
And bear in mind that what Susan's talking about does not address rigor at all. It just addresses the number of courses
they're taking. It doesn't have
really know if they're truly rigorous.
Right.
Yeah. But even if they're, no matter what the rigor, the more courses they're taking up through. Like I said, we get this little anomaly, and they're trying to tease that out now. But that is something we are looking at.
And that is a lot of pushback, about this, about the rigor. We've got to work to figure out how we address that, because the kids who fail Algebra 1 twice, they're gone. most of them.
Right.
I had a question regarding the vertical teams and some of the activities within 5.02 and so on, and on Objective 3. Are the same vertical teams going to be used to, or asked to look at, for example, bullet item 3, evaluate the core curriculum to determine, etc.?
Yeah, that is good.
I don't think that that's what we anticipated in that particular bullet. I think that was work that we were going to be doing with our core curriculum and working with our advisory committees in looking at the core. We can certainly rethink that.
Well, you have a true vertical team, P through 16 plus. Why wouldn't you leverage that talent to look at some of the some of these priorities, activities, I guess, to make sure that it's all consistent and out of the box-ish and all that good stuff we want it to be?
I think we can probably look at that with regard to the activities that they're going to be doing after establishing or recommending the college readiness standards, because they'll be working on a number of curriculum-based issues, and I would imagine that's something that we can talk with our colleagues at TEA about how we could expand some of their activities to include this work. So
I think what's talked about here is we have a regular process for reevaluating the core curriculum at colleges and universities.
Okay.
And staff actually put this here because they were aware that what's happening in terms of the vertical teams could in fact have an impact on that work, and so they need to stay connected. But while the vertical teams focus on those entry-level readiness, the core curriculum goes somewhat beyond that and has to take into account a wide range of disciplines. So how does a core fit if one goes into engineering or English and history and some of those issues? So to totally integrate it would probably bog down the vertical teams, but they absolutely need to be aware of what everyone's doing. And this is one of those areas where I thought it was really, said the staff was really thinking ahead, because they made that connection initially, and if they hadn't, we probably would have been in trouble. So
well, perhaps there's a better way to communicate, because it sounds like what changes are appropriate for aligning P through 12 curricula with both 2- and 4-year institutions sounds like what the vertical teams are looking at in concert with college readiness. I mean, I know this is more course curriculum directed, where we're looking at larger readiness standards, but in that I would think they would intersect.
Well, I read this to mean that you were taking what the vertical teams had done. Is that not correct?
That was how the staff was looking at it. We take the results of it. We have a core curriculum advisory committee that we have reconstituted a number of times. And I think when we were talking about this, we were looking at what changes may need to be made to our rules related to, you'll see that we've got the coordinating board potentially involved, because we've got some very specific rules related to core curriculum. And we think we need to revisit that whole notion based on what comes out of the vertical team work.
There's been a required evaluation process we're sort of at the end of that process now and about to begin another one. And so that I don't believe, and Joe can tell me if I'm wrong, staff has fully integrated what information they pulled together over the last several years. That various institutions have been required to put together information, so I think they have to evaluate that still.
It would just be a shame to not have the information flow horizontally. We're doing vertically, but not now horizontally. We're creating two silos, the vertical team silo, and it's not exactly what they meant in terms of application. You know what
I sort of think of it as maybe the stem that's branching into many flowers.
Here we go with this potted plant.
There's a flower pot in my background, but
there is. You've got too many flower pots.
I think it's a good point. We have to figure out how to fit it together. Maybe we haven't fully gotten there yet.
Well, and I think the other issue is that there are going to be regional and local vertical teams that will come out of this process. So within the context of the work of vertical teams, it's an outgrowth.
Really, part of the point I'm trying to make is that we've got to make sure we get this focal point in terms of this entry-level readiness. And if we branch out too far, initially we won't get that point. And once we get that settled, it will trigger many other things that have to be done. Is that fair?
When we go into this course redesign, we are for the first time making very explicit what we're doing in courses that we all kind of know by course number, the intro to psych or the first composition course and so forth. When you start making those objectives clear and spelling out how you're trying to achieve the objectives, you've then really set the stage for a lot of these other very interesting discussions, like what is it we're really trying to accomplish in the core curriculum? Why do we teach these courses? Why are these courses in the core? But the first step is really just to get us solidly into the process of explicit design of courses, and that then creates the framework for a lot of other very valuable discussions.
My next question was regarding how to further address college readiness, and we specifically note the PSAT. Are there any other instruments or any other way we could measure this without having a test that one can take courses on how to take the test? In other words, you can go to, I don't know how many little online courses or tutoring sessions on how to take the SAT. And are we really measuring then, what those students really are learning? And so I hope that we can avoid that with looking at the readiness standards as well, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying.
Well, can you say it again?
Just going to college, that they all take an SAT prep course. So what are you really measuring? What they actually learned or what they caught up on later? And these were all kids that were dual enrollment, all AP classes, graduated with, for two of my sons, they had a year of college credit when they left high school. And they still took SAT.
Which also divides the haves between the haves-not.
Right.
So, just something to consider.
Well, that's a very good point, because that's not a real measurement then.
I think you're going to have that same problem with any test. What we need to do is make sure everybody has access.
That's right.
Well, I don't hear about TOKS readiness courses.
Yeah, outside of school.
That's what they do every day.
Yeah, they're doing it. That's what they're doing. Curriculum.
I believe there are books in the bookstore on that, aren't there?
Yeah, there are books on
Actually,
and there's things on the TEA website that you can download.
Previous tests.
So it's all.
But that is free. Where you have the SAT prep courses, Princeton I think has one, etc.
Right.
It's like the more affordability that you have of some of these things, obviously the better off you're going to be, which is a delineation between the haves and have-nots. And so I think we need to keep that in mind.
Well, that's where our TopCat project could address some of the have and have not issues, because that's test prep for ACT and SAT that has relevance to the PSAT and the plan, and it's free.
Yeah. It's just different when you have somebody in the room and you are being directly instructed.
You have to have a computer.
Some high schools actually have classes that they teach on how to take these tests. They're in the high school.
Glenda, can you just, the commissioner, where do we stand on these issues and the retreat priorities?
Okay, what I was going to do, on the first one, Susan and staff's working on that one. On the second bullet in that column, including the rigor of senior year as a factor in admissions, Bill, would you come up? Georgia, would you make sure everybody has a copy of this? We have some proposed legislation that will address that.
Do you mind if we take like a 5-minute break?
Yeah.
5 or 10 minute
Well,
break?
we'll get that on your table and start it.
And I think we'll all be a little bit fresher. Let's take a 10-minute break and come back at 11:15.
Sounds great.
Okay. That's why I asked Glenda, I said, the comments that, Lane, you made about the core curriculum, do we capture that? Do we capture the, identify, but we talked about identifying ways to have certified teachers, do we firm that language up? So they say that we are, that they caught that. We're going to do that.
I have a question for Glenda.
Go ahead. Go ahead. I'm going to wait till the commissioner comes back in before we start this. So,
can we refer to the work of the vertical teams? Is there a way we could call that something like the VT curriculum or the something so that we know whether we're...
I can try that.
See if that something like that works.
And the other thing I'd say, Glenda, and I said this in our meeting the other day, is for all the suggestions the board members are making, the really important thing for the staff members to do is, if you think we're going off on a rabbit trail, you need to really push back on us and say, we shouldn't do that. And I said, Lynette, you, Susan, Joe, all of y'all, so we don't just get a document that we think's great, but y'all don't buy into it as well. So if you don't push back, we're going to assume you're okay on it. Okay? So. Okay, Bill, let's go ahead.
Then they go back and start on page 1 again now that you said that. Look on Lynette's face, she's like, oh, we're going back to the beginning.
We're on page 3 on the second bullet under retreat priorities. And that's the one related to the rigor of the senior year and college admissions. And you have a packet that Georgia put at your place. If you will go to page 3.
Okay.
These are the drafted...
Okay.
What we have done at this point is draft language to include rigor in the senior year of high school for students who are admitted under the automatic top 10% rule, for students who are admitted as an additional automatic admission, which is select institutions can make a determination that they're prepared to automatically admit up to the top 25%. The rigor would also be included in that provision. And finally, for the other admissions, which is reflected on page 4, section 3, which is currently Section 51.805 of the Education Code, we have proposed amending that as well to include a provision dealing with rigor in the senior year. And that is true even though that section does not even apply to an institution that has an open enrollment policy. The notion being that we are going to at least attempt to drive rigor as much as we can in the senior year of high school. That is the proposal. It is my understanding that the entire packet of legislation that you have in front of you is intended to be delivered to Senator Shapiro tomorrow afternoon for her to review and hopefully to sponsor.
Bill, it is my understanding that what we are proposing is understored.
Yes, I'm sorry. I should have probably pointed that out.
So we
that would be we have existing statutes here upon which we're crafting this additional language, and you're right, Glenda. What we are proposing is the underscored portion.
And how do we define rigor? I mean, is that?
Well, if we had a common way for calculating GPA, we could use two definitions. We could use maintaining the same GPA and also maintaining the same level of rigor in terms of the courses in the senior year representing a progression from the courses that had been taken earlier in high school.
Mr. Ryder, we can continue with our walkthrough of the document and ask Bill as we come to those to go through this proposed legislation, or you might choose instead to go through all of it and then we'll just tick it off as we go forward.
I think that'd be the best thing to do. Let's go through all of it. And before we leave this one, maybe I guess I read this and I go, if we don't define it as a consistent way of measuring GPA, then really, are we really getting anything? Are we getting something that's going to really enhance that senior year? And I've never drafted legislature, so it just seems so broad, Bill.
And people could certainly, you probably overheard Joe and my conversation at the water cooler just a few minutes ago, but people could certainly differ on what constitutes rigor in the senior year of high school. And this language does not tailor it to such a degree that a rising senior would know with particularity just what courses are expected. But it was drafted with the thought in mind that this would allow the various high schools as well as the universities to more or less establish among themselves what will constitute rigor from their perspective. At the same time, the thought being that this will drive more rigorous coursework by all students across the board. It is not drafted, as I mentioned a minute ago, to say that you must take IB or AP courses your senior year in order to maintain rigor. However, if you took all pre-AP courses your sophomore and into your junior year, and then AP courses your junior year, and then your senior year you took Introduction to Art and Spanish 1 and a few other courses of that ilk, it would clearly not, cherry picking, clearly not be of the same rigor as you had previously exhibited in your course selection.
I guess my question, Commissioner, is do we think this type of change in this bill will really change behaviors? I mean, does it give us enough strength? I mean, the reason we asked for this was to enhance our ability to successfully implement HB1. Does this do that for us?
Well, I think if we address the issues you just raised, it helps. There's no doubt that taking essentially losing 1/4 of a high school student's career can be very detrimental in terms of achieving college readiness and the ability of any particular student to succeed in college. I agree that we can tighten this language and we can give examples of what constitutes rigor in the senior year. If we implemented something like this would help us on a lot of different levels. For example, for students that are achieving at a high level, if they were to take, if this induced students to take more AP courses, more dual credit courses, that would help us in terms of financial aid. It would help us in terms of facilities in higher education, because obviously we're not going to build residence halls and classroom space for 630,000 more students, given the way students complete their college education these days. So anything that would accelerate their progress towards a degree would be extremely helpful. Students that complete math, if they take algebra in the 8th grade, they can finish all their math requirements by the 10th grade, which means that they could go 2 years without having taken any math courses when they arrive on a college campus. That's a lot of students who go to college don't need remediation; they need refresher courses. This would help mitigate that situation.
But that's only if you define that to me.
Yes, and that's the point.
Well, look who's here.
Well, and let me...
Sorry, I'm all over the place.
Go ahead, Bill.
Let me add that to follow up on what the commissioner was just saying, if even maintaining this language, calling for the same level of academic achievements in courses with the same level of rigor. Let's just take the math example. If you take algebra in 8th grade, follow it with geometry in 9th, advanced algebra in 10th, you've still got an array of courses in most high schools that are available to you dealing with pre-calculus, statistical analysis, and maybe, depending on the high school, several courses that would branch off from each of those. You may also have an engineering and math course combined and not a basic level one. And so this language, while broad, will permit that type of implementation by the various high schools around the state. And what I was getting at a moment ago in terms of inducing the universities to look at rigor on, I think something having the force of law will compel the universities to perhaps take a tougher look at the 4th year of high school for entering students. And there is nothing that would preclude the universities from entering into, shall we call it a contract, with each student admitted, not unlike what I understand the UC system does, but I think the commissioner can address. I'm not about to go into the UC system when the expert is sitting next to you. But I also understand Washington State has engaged in this type of an approach, and even without entering into contracts, has told students that if you don't maintain a sufficient level of rigor in your 4th year of high school, your admission could well be rescinded when we get your final transcript. So there's ways for universities, as well as high schools, to address it with broad language. But if you'd like it to be more particularized, then...
Well, here's my concern, and Neil, are you with where we are now?
I am now.
We're looking at...
I apologize for being late. I was getting some bill sponsors this morning, and Mr. Shepard and I think we're successful.
I appreciate it. We're on this bill that is Section 51.803.
Right.
And again, I don't want to speak for the committee. My biggest concern is, to me, these are, what we said in our retreat, are monumental steps for us to take in being proactive as a policy-making board and saying we're serious about HB1. And we're serious about the impediments that are getting in the way, and we think these have got to be in law for us to have, teeth going forward. So, my question to the committee is, my concern here is the universities may understand this, but then on the public education side, there's always been this gap in definition of rigor, and I guess, to me, I'd rather go to Senator Shapiro with as tight a language as we can, and then her staff may come back and broaden that language, but we're trying to communicate to two different constituencies. That's my biggest concern.
With the thing that I see, though, is maybe this is not the place for us to start making minute definitions of what's rigor or not. This is kind of shot across the bow, I think, that broadly stated states our policy. And once we start trying to make these definitions, and man, there's no end to that. I mean, that's just another viewpoint.
That's a good point.
Again, I apologize for being late, and this is extremely important, I think, for us being successful in House Bill 1 and going forward. I think, without question, it's got to be in law. It's not going to have any teeth. To me, whatever language we go, Bill, we need to be something that we can rationally back up. And I think obviously we all understand that whatever we start with probably not going to look the same when it comes out the other end. But we got to start somewhere. But it's something we got to be able to back up in terms of language that we understand what that means, and clearly have definitions to back up what we're dealing with. So that would be my only suggestion, is to be sure that we understand what we're trying to convey here. And if it's not clear, let's make it clear, with the understanding it may change anyway. But we got to be able to live with it ourselves to begin with.
Yeah, I agree. I think that the intent is clear. It still will not. It still will enable high schools in one part of the state versus another part of the state, or in one part of the city versus another part of the city, to have different definitions for what a grade point average is and different definitions for what rigor is. It still will allow the valedictorian of one school to have an 800 on his or her SAT and have a 3.5, or versus another to have 13 or 1400 or whatever, or 1500 and have a 4.6. Now, if we have the same kind of standards with the grade point averages, at least we're taking a step in the right direction. And I think it's very clear what our message is. I agree with George. The message is clear. It's a step in the right direction. It will not, I think, until we really take a stand, hopefully, on the top 10% in how we define rigor in a school by school, we're not going to get to that next level. But this is certainly a step in the right direction.
One thought here, what you might think in terms of is adding to this language of giving the coordinating board authority to adopt a rule that clearly defines that, what that rigor is, as opposed to putting it in statute, and then give us the authority to develop that based on vetting that through the experts in the field.
But aren't we doing here, aren't we, as I read this, we are comparing the senior year with the students' prior year of rigor. So you've got it's self-defined.
Right now there's an incentive, George, for them to do well. Obviously, prior to their senior year, there's all kinds of incentives for them to do well, or they're not going to be successful getting into college. At least, hopefully, that's the message that's been sent, because those grades really do count toward admission requirements, whereas the senior year it hadn't. But yet the senior year is what's really hurting us in terms of them being prepared to really do the coursework. But I think giving the coordinating board some authority to develop rules to define what that is, and let us use the experts in the field to develop that. I think leaving this open, there's got to be some process to define what that means. And I'm like, Lori, we don't want that all over the place in 1,100 school districts defining, or not only 1,100 school districts, but then all of the numerous higher ed institutions defining that on various...
Well, it's actually more than that. I think this was Mr. McWilliams' point. It's actually defined based upon the 70,000 students that are admitted and what they did. Because the way it's written, it says, if you took a modest curriculum in your first 3 years and you made a C average and we admitted you have to at least continue to take a modest curriculum and a C average in your senior year. Because it says if you were based on this level of performance in previous years, we're all assuming that this is a good student, which I think the commissioner's been concerned about. Good students who slack off, but the way it's written opens the door even more widely than I think.
Well, I
know. I think that encourages a standard like in the article where you know the states are setting their own standards as to success, it almost encourages those who are to be tracked kind of in a lower expectation, lower rigor, for lack of a better term, to stay even keel instead of progressing upward. And that's what really concerned me about this particular language, without defining or at least have a minimum set of what rigor is.
Yeah. Well, the way this proposal began was I had proposed this for two institutions, for UT Austin and Texas A&M. Institutions were selective and already required a certain level of rigor even to be admitted. And that as more institutions became more selective, that this could apply to those institutions as well. It's very clear that we're going to have a number of institutions raise their entrance requirements in the next few years, and this would give those institutions leverage to demand, or it would do two things. It seems to me it would put more pressure on the K-12 sector to improve rigor, but it would also induce universities to work with the K-12 sector to improve rigor as well. That was the intention. But I think that Neil's approach of focusing on rules makes a lot of sense.
That's going to evolve over time too. We've seen that happen in terms of standards and various approaches, and that allows. As the economy changes and various things need to be emphasized in the curriculum more so than others, then it gives an opportunity to do that through rule as opposed to going back to the legislature. I think this broad approach is a good approach for them, and then give it to us to give the details.
And I've noted that it will change the legislation as proposed.
I'm not sure though, Raymond, this language does both. You indicated rigor high school side and focus on the high school side, but I'm not sure it gives you much focus on the higher ed side in terms of any responsibility they might have.
Well, I think that's right, and we would need to deal with that issue. But clearly, we want to develop this concept as a partnership between higher ed and public ed. This would be an activity that the vertical teams could focus on.
Absolutely.
Well, if the 4x4x4x4 is adopted, that'll take care of some of this in terms of just course taking, not necessarily the quality of the courses, which is a whole other matter.
Courses being available.
Being available, yeah.
Okay. One other thing I should point out, we started on page 3 of this packet, and Ms. Bricker raised standardized GPA, and that's on page, I think it's on page 1, it is, where we've drafted proposed legislation to address that issue as well. And we've picked a 4-point scale as the standard going forward.
There is also a bill that's been introduced that has TEA establishing a common grade point average, but it doesn't specify down to the 4-point scale or whatever.
Does that mean that there wouldn't be weights for AP or IB?
That's a good question. I wondered the same thing, and I'm not sure I have the answer to that. It was just, we were asked to draft it on a 4-point scale, and we did so. And even on the current 4-point scale that is commonly in use, you can probably pull up to, what, a 4.5, I guess.
4.8.
4.8, okay. And so I don't have an easy answer to that. I'll defer.
Well, that would probably be part of the process in establishing the rule. Would you count that? I mean, because it's all about not just the 4-point scale, but how would, in fact, you calculate it. Would you even thinking about the NCAA, they don't count every course and calculating the GPA. You might choose to take the same approach, only key courses. There are all kinds of ways that can be done.
Of course, the issue that you raised in the other one is assuming this gets passed.
Right.
So if one gets passed and the other doesn't, then it may not.
But if it's a 4-point scale, that's a disincentive to take AP courses.
Well, not necessarily, because I'm not sure that a 4-point plus is necessarily inconsistent with a 4-point scale. What you're doing is awarding extra credit for various courses.
That would make sense.
And so you'd still have the 4-point scale. It would just be that certain students exceeded the 4-point average by taking more rigorous courses.
Should they really get extra credit if they don't make a certain grade on the test, take and make a certain grade on the test? I mean...
Well, if you have some like dual credit where there's not a...
Well, I know, but for AP courses, that seems to me that's such a... Well...
The AP, you only get the extra grade point if you make an A or B.
You do?
You could, this would be a minor adjustment. You could say that the 4-point scale, the 4.0 scale applies to courses in the recommended high school program only, that other courses won't be calculated as part of the GPA, and that courses such as AP courses, dual credit courses, IB courses would be weighted on a 5-point scale. That's the way a lot of states do it.
So currently, the game that you play is your first 3 years you take all your AP and weighted courses, and then your 4th year you take all your PE and whatever isn't on a weighted scale, art, those kinds of things that are required get not weighted, and because the college ranking is already, your class ranking has already come out. That's the game.
And that's one of the ideas behind the rigor in the senior year that we're trying to change, so that you don't essentially major in PE and art your 4th year in high school.
Right. It's entirely possible, because I know this from personal experience, that a student can take an AP class or many AP classes and make 70.1 in every one of them and have a B average, because I know a student like that rather well. Gaming the system, you know.
Oh, it's a game.
Yeah.
We need to get rid of that.
What do y'all think about the commission's recommendation on the differentiation between the 4 and using a 5-point scale for those different programs?
Are we more likely to get these things taken up and sponsored if they're that specific, or with deferring the rulemaking or whatever to later?
I think it depends on the legislator and who's willing to carry this legislation. I think these questions would be raised, and there'd be some negotiation, recrafting the language.
I'd love to go for it. As specific as
I agree. I think we need to go there with it really how we want it, because it's going to be adapted once it gets there. We shouldn't go in halfway. These issues that we've thought about need to be addressed.
Why don't we go ahead and modify it that way, Bill, and then we'll see how the sausage is made. You know.
What would it be? What would it be?
What Raymond said is that this 4-point scale would refer to the recommended high school program, and that we'd use a 5-point scale on the IBAP, dual credit side. I know it's not the way it'll come out drafted, but it's kind of...
Well, that way we're putting it in black and white that we're encouraging rigor within the 4 years. I mean, it's not just taking a math course your 4th year, but it's taking an AP math course if you want that extra grade point.
And I have one question related to what Elaine asked earlier, and Raymond said something that may have cleared this up, but I didn't get it. On C, in several areas where we say the same level of academic achievement, is that what was troubling you, Elaine?
Where are you?
Yeah. And back to the 3rd bit on the rigor of the senior year.
Yeah, under
C.
Same or greater.
C. Is there a way to make that read so it doesn't sound like, well, if you're making a C minus, that's fine, come on?
You say the same or greater?
They already admitted them.
I don't know. Or higher?
Or higher.
It's like if you're low, and you just stay that way. you know?
Consistent?
Well, are we talking about grades, or are we talking about the quality of courses?
Well,
We're talking about,
Well,
as drafted both.
here are a couple of things, and we've talked about this before. The recommended high school program will be fully enforced by next year, 2008. What we haven't done, and I've mentioned this in board meetings, what we haven't done is to talk about whether we should require that, if nothing else, that all students admitted to a four-year institution should take the recommended high school program, because there is still a provision that students can opt out of the recommended high school program. So that even for the open admission institutions, we would say if you want to keep the GPA low, if you don't care about the SAT scores, all that is fine, but you should require the recommended high school program. If we establish that as the minimal criterion for admission to a university, then we can say that the rigor would be, then the same level of rigor would be understood.
Yeah.
Same level of rigor as found in the recommended high school program, which addresses your issue, Elaine. So,
And if you look at the
university, not for a community college, when you talk about open admission?
These rules,
4
this
years?
section only applies to University of the statute.
Because you don't want to close doors.
No.
Figure it out till
No.
really late.
No.
And the
Like,
next
I think
piece,
it'll go
You should be
somewhere.
encouraged to keep going, not just
Yeah,
say,
so this would be 4 years.
I think that would be wonderful.
I think that's
There's
great.
no really point talking about college-ready Texas if we don't do that.
I agree.
the next piece of legislation in the packet addresses that very issue, and truly could be read in conjunction with the rigor in the senior year, because this proposed language modifies the same sections of the education code. And what it does is, again, for 51, 803, 804, and 805, sets forth the requirement that the applicant took, at a minimum, the recommended high school program. And that's, again, even for those universities and colleges that have an open admission policy.
So this is a totally new bill here.
This again, the underscored portion is the new language. It's modifying, or adding to, I should say, the current statutory provisions.
Now, it's important to understand what we're doing. We are essentially creating tiers in higher education, because right now there are some four-year institutions whose admission standards are indistinguishable from those of community colleges, and this will legislate a distinction. Community colleges will still be available to everybody, but universities will only be available to students who complete the recommended high school program. I happen to think that's a good thing.
There is a section E, so you might want to think about whether it should stay on page 3 that says this section does not apply to an institution that has an open enrollment policy.
We would change that.
So you may want to eliminate that piece. I'm talking about on page where we were talking about essentially what's the top 10% bill was created originally as a top 10% bill. The last section on page 3 says it does not apply to an open enrollment policy.
Have we ever addressed that? I know I've brought it up to you before. How many four-year institutions have open enrollment, and is it within our purview to discuss and maybe change that? Or is that not something we'd want to do? Has that been discussed at this board before?
I don't believe so recently. I don't recall it any time. The board typically had not been involved at all in admissions policy until this bill was created, and it was entirely up to the institutions.
But is it entirely up to the four-year institutions that do not have an admissions requirement as well? Is it up to those boards of regents to determine whether or not they're going to have any admissions requirements? It is?
Yeah, my understanding it is, yeah. It's up to each Board of Regents to determine that.
I think UT Dallas may be the exception.
What's the phrasing on this,
I
Randy?
believe in its statute, it says it has to match the University of Texas at Austin, unless it's been removed.
I don't know if it's been removed. I know when they first went to four-year status, they implemented, same thing with UT Tyler.
Oh, Tyler.
First went to four-year status, there was a provision in the statute where they had to maintain the same standards as UT Austin, and that was so that it wouldn't harm the local community colleges. But I think that was removed after.
At one time, A&M Corpus had something that said their admission standards could not be lower than the lowest member of the Southwest Conference, which was Arkansas at the time.
Yeah, I mean, that was. I think most of those kind of had a time limit.
That's a real good frame of reference. The timing on this, let's see, the class of 2008 has still been able to opt out. So what would be our first year we'd be able to implement this?
I would think to give people plenty of time, I would think the fall of 2009. Now, even when the recommended high school program goes totally into effect, students can still opt out of it.
I know it, but will they have enough notice? They're planning to go to the open enrollment university, having not taken the recommended high school program.
Well, I think, I don't know if we've done a study of this, but I would guess that if you haven't taken the recommended high school program, your chances of graduating from a four-year institution going straight to a four-year institution are extraordinarily low.
Well, I agree with that, but I'm saying we're going to include this though with open enrollment, and that includes some four-year.
There's two that I know of, and maybe a third. Right now,
well, it's debatable what an open enrollment institution is, because there's some institutions that would say they're not, but if you look at the number of applicants and the number of people they admitted everyone, or they may not have admitted 10. So is that open enrollment, or is it not?
What would be the way to remediate this if you said, you just go to a junior college and then you can apply to the four-year?
The junior colleges or community colleges are the only ones that can be open enrollment, and that all four-year universities have to have admission standards?
Well, at least this minimum standard. I would...
Actually, this is good, because in Closing the Gaps, the board did call for universities to require as a minimum the recommended high school program. That had never been done. It had been on the high school side. This would send the right message.
Oh, absolutely. There's no way to do what we're trying to do without it.
What are there any obvious unintended consequences from taking this action?
What year are they all supposed to have when they graduate?
08.
08.
High school graduates of 08.
So,
what happens if a student who has opted out goes to a junior college and then applies to a university?
The admission will be based on the performance in the community college. So that you wouldn't foreclose the possibility of students who haven't completed the recommended high school program from going on and achieving a baccalaureate. But you are essentially directing them to a community college. I don't think that's a bad thing. I don't think it's bad for the students, and I don't think it's bad for the state. Obviously, educating students in community college is much less expensive, or it's somewhat less expensive than educating them in a four-year institution.
Well, and it gets all the people who need remediation in one place where we can get our arms around them.
Well, they'll still need remediation in four-year institutions unless we have significantly higher admission standards, but it would help.
It would help, yeah.
5 years ago when Lorraine and I came on board, that would have been a real problem, because there was a real issue in the transfer issue in terms of the alignment of the curriculum between the community colleges and the four-year institutions. There was a real transfer problem, and I think we've eliminated that. And some of our rulemaking, as well as the partnership issues between community colleges and four-year institutions, is really enhancing the opportunity for young men and women to go up to that second, third, and fourth year and get a baccalaureate degree. So, couldn't have done that probably 5 years ago. But I think we've made some real progress. sounds like, Lynn, that pushes it back probably to a level, from what you said, that is most cost efficient for state dollars. We're going to take out E on page that you suggested.
Can we walk back through it, just make sure we all understand what we're...
Okay.
Bill, can you walk through each of them just real quick, see if we're in agreement as to what we...
Sure. Starting with the standardized GPA, or just on this particular...
Let's start the first one and go all the way through, just make sure we all understand.
The page 1 deals with the standardized GPA, and it indicates that the coordinating board shall, by rule, establish a method for the computation of a high school grade point average on a 4-point scale. I thought that might be sufficient for the purposes of addressing the AP-IB situation, but if you would like more specific language in the proposed legislation, we can draft that as well. I think that so long as we have the flexibility by rule to address it, you could still have a 4-point scale, as I indicated a bit ago, and still go above that depending on the coursework taken. But if it's clearer to go to a 5-point scale for the IBAP dual credit courses, that can be drafted as well, whatever your pleasure.
Or if it says 4-point plus, which allows, because 5-point I think is confusing, because you can't get a 5-point on a 4-point scale. I don't think.
No, you can't.
If you can, I know a school that would have.
So, Lori, how would you recommend we put it?
4-point plus, I would say. And that allows for the flexibility of, or maybe there should be some sort of notation saying that allows for the flexibility of AP, IB,
Advanced credit.
Advanced credit courses. That's just the thought.
I apologize, I wasn't here for this discussion, but have other states adopted similar rules and standardization on grade point right after?
Yes.
Okay. I would be surprised California had done that. But
well, in California, you can't even apply to a university without taking what they call in California the A through G course sequence, which is it's almost exactly the same thing as a recommended high school program.
Okay.
On page 2, we have...
Okay with page 1?
Yeah.
It'll change? Okay. Excuse me. Go ahead, Bill.
The preliminary scholastic aptitude test, and what this does is it requires the state to first mandate that all public high school and charter school students take the PSAT in the 10th grade, and indicates that the state will foot the bill for those tests. And then it indicates that the test results will be used as a metric for purposes of analyzing any deficiencies discovered so that they can be promptly addressed and presumably remediated.
If there's any way to notate that, are there PSAT courses available to kids? In other words, let's make sure we're measuring what we want to be measuring and not, somebody who's very prepared to take a PSAT.
Kind of prep courses that some could take and some couldn't.
That's exactly right. Especially if we're going to use it to continue our evolution in college readiness.
And even if they're not available, if the state mandates it, they may become available very quickly.
I think if we do this, we've got to get free prep on our top 10.
Well, let me suggest we could do a couple of things. As you know, the purpose of this recommended legislation is we've got to get the focus off of tax.
Yeah.
Because it just doesn't get us anywhere in terms of college readiness. The PSAT does. Now, the issue about mandating the PSAT is controversial. ACT has some college readiness programs, and Evie sent me an email, and she thought they were better in certain ways, although the standards weren't as high. And I said in my testimony yesterday that we could do either one. So we could change this to say that that they could take either the PSAT or they could take the ACT college readiness.
The plan.
The plan, yes.
Commissioner, I think that probably provides an option for schools that are
already doing
offering,
that. Yeah,
right,
in the 8th grade.
And so if you, for those that are doing the Explore Plan ACT process, you know, they've got a commitment to do this district-wide. By throwing in a PSAT, it may just throw their plan to move along that continuum with the ACT score testing. And so I think that would, I think the schools would be certainly more delighted with including the ACT.
So it'd be an either or?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Are there other tests other than these two that might be out there that would be comparable?
It would be, I'm not sure we'd want to recommend that. The only college admission standardized tests that I know are ACT and SAT. And it makes sense to get the students pointed to do well on either one.
I know it wouldn't be in the legislation, but could we, in doing this, in execution of this, gather data on those, just statistics on how many are taking prep courses so that we know the numbers may be skewed simply because of prep courses for these tests?
I don't know how you, Lane, I don't know how you regulate somebody taking a pre-test.
No, it's not regulation, it's just knowing. Just knowing if they did or not. I don't know if can we collect that?
No, you talking about a disclosure requirement?
Checkbox, it says, have you taken a prep course, yes or no? You know?
I mean, you could do that in terms of disclosure, and then you could, if you wanted to look at the data differently for those that took a prep course versus those that didn't, then you'd have that. So.
Right, that's what I'm talking about.
Statistically, that might not tell you anything, really.
It may or may not. It's just that we need to be aware that the data that we're looking at in terms of college readiness to do everything that we want to do over the long term may be skewed by the results of some of these tests simply because of preparation for the test. Preparation for the test.
I don't think there's any preparation that goes on for the PSAT. What happens is if they get a low PSAT score, affluent families immediately start intervening to help them do better on the SAT.
Right.
But I think I don't think there's a lot of tutoring or.
Not now, but when we put this into law, who knows?
There are prep. I mean, there are certainly prep even for the PSAT. I've got nieces that have taken those.
Oh, okay.
So I think it's out there. Because that PSAT is also is used by some institutions on for scholarship basis. So.
Oh yeah.
In the junior year, it's used for the National Merit Scholar.
It is.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. So the prep's out there, and it's being. I know it's. You know, and mainly it's how to take the test. Yeah, you can't study for the thing in terms of from a substantive standpoint, but a lot of kids just don't know how to take those kind of tests, and it's eliminating a fear factor going in terms of some psychological barriers, trying to eliminate some of those. At least I've seen some of those prep courses.
Well, I think we should go ahead.
Like I said, we will be able to get a lot of support from school districts that are already requiring it. And also they can give us data as to how many students are now taking the PSAT and how they're doing in school and things that are happening. They'll get a lot of support because many school districts, I don't know how many, but I know of 2 in Houston that are already requiring that every student have the ability to take the PSAT free of charge. And so the districts will be very happy if the state is going to pay for it. That'll be a source of support for us.
The other thing that both ACT and College Board and ACT do for schools that offer these things is then they come in and offer professional development for teachers. So it goes beyond just prep for the exams that students are doing on their own. They actually provide services to the schools to provide professional development for the teachers to make sure that students score higher, I guess, on the ACT and the SAT. So it does provide another mechanism to help teachers prepare students to be college ready. So it's a good thing.
I do think we have to be concerned about access to test prep, since we already are concerned about it. The higher level, I believe we'd have to look into adding an online prep free.
We have that.
For the PSAT?
TopCat. TopCat actually, it's not specifically geared for that, but it does provide...
Same test-taking skills. Yeah.
And we asked specifically, did it align with their PSAT and ACT on the Plan and Explore, and they said absolutely. If you prepare using both, either or on TopCat, that it is going to prepare them for both of those tests.
Well, this could be a great driver to TopCat.
Definitely.
We talked about how do we drive people to TopCat. This is a pretty good way to drive them to TopCat.
You start requiring them, they will go.
But Elaine, I think your point's well taken. I think obviously we can't include it in the piece of legislation, but I think we need to be concerned about access, and I think we need to think about how do we answer that question you asked, whether it's putting a question, how good's that data, we don't know, whether it's a question on the PSAT that says, something as simple as, did you take a prep course before this? But I think it's a great point. But what I'm hearing is we're going to modify, Bill, this language in 61.0764 to be an either-or language with the ACT college readiness. Is that what I'm hearing?
And then modify it one step beyond to say that the decision as to which test shall be administered remains or will be the responsibility of each school district?
Yes.
That's what I
think so. Yes.
So each district makes the call.
Provides them with that flexibility. Everybody okay on that? Mm-hmm. Okay.
The next legislation in the packet deals with, as we've discussed earlier, rigor in the senior year and would permit colleges and universities to rescind admission to students who slacked off.
I would personally have a problem with our dealing with 51.803 if we're not, if we sort of put something in it, but not all the things that we could put in it. I mean, we're basically making a statement on the top 10%. There are five bills already on the top 10%, one of which is Chairman Eisler's bill that would exempt the two flagship universities unless there is a minimum SAT or ACT and there's something else in there. But basically you could be accepted with this into all of the universities with the exception of the two flagships, and that they would have a minimum SAT score, something like that.
This does not take into account pending legislation or legislation that we have heard rumors will be coming. It's strictly the current state of the law as set forth here, modified by the provision dealing with rescinding admission if you don't take rigorous coursework and maintain your same GPA during your senior year.
I agree and understand, but it's also saying 51.803, other than that is just fine.
Well, subject to whatever other legislation is enacted this session.
Would it make sense to add it into 51.807 where you have the grade point? The calculation of the grade point, and you don't have that issue?
And you could also include the reference to the recommended high school program.
Well, and that comes in at the, yes, we drafted these for, I'm sorry. We drafted these so that each one could be reviewed on its own rather than making numerous changes. But you're right, the recommended high school program language that we drafted, which is in the next piece of legislation in your packets, is also modifying current provisions 51.803, 804, and 805, and as David just pointed out, 51.807 is the GPA, of course.
So I was wondering if those things that you're wanting to add, if there would be a reason not to include them in this section, which might not be touched by the other changes, so that regardless of what happens, you still have the section with the standalone, the GPA, the recommended high school program, and the rigor of the senior year in one section.
No, that I was just kind of curious about. I'm sure there's a reason all of these things are separate, but I don't know if legislators are going to see how all of these,
Fit together.
how we see them all tying together if they're all separate pieces of legislation.
Well, maybe we need a cover sheet that says that we're proposing this legislation and point out the different sections and show how they all cohere and they represent one particular approach.
We have an example of that at the very back of the document related to the PSAT.
Yeah.
A summary sort of setting the context of why that change, along with the projected budget.
Because what happens when one piece doesn't pass and another does, and it's really connected in some way.
Well, it's just if we're going to have any shot at taking any kind of stand whatsoever, and I'm not trying to influence at this point, I'm just saying that if there's an opportunity to take a stand at all on a law that we know has potential being changed, we might as well take our best shot.
Key to that, keeping that together, Lynette, is I think to have the same Senate sponsor, the same House sponsor for each of us, and then they can control their own bills in terms of whether they believe that it's an all or none, or they're willing to accept 2 out of 3 or whatever.
They understand that they go together. Yeah.
Generally, Generally, you try to have separate pieces of legislation for your sponsors to consider as separate pieces that can be at some point combined if necessary. But as I think maybe Neil or someone alluded to, you're trying to protect the pieces. So if one part fails for whatever reason, you haven't killed the whole bill. So that's why these are all in their separate pieces. Now, if you want to address a different issue, like the top 10% or something, we would draft something else because, again, you're trying to keep the pieces whole.
We don't need to get that right.
Does that make sense?
I think part of the point was that the sections regarding the rigor of the senior year, or the way at least they're presented here, are embedded within the section that deals with the top 10%. And
well, they're in the admissions statute.
That's the top 10% legislation. And so how do you make sure that part stays in if other things are changed? I think is a question, and I don't know.
I don't think that's.
They amend language in and out of statutes daily, so I don't think that's.
It should be okay.
I think it would be fine.
Okay. So what do we we're going to present it like this, and we're going to have a cover memorandum, like the commissioner said, that shows how all these pieces get drawn together, and we keep them separate for protection. If one gets omitted, at least we get the other one in.
The sponsor's going to determine whether they stay together or go away. I mean, that's going to be the
In the end, the sponsors will determine how they want to do this.
Okay. Is everybody okay with that? Mm-hmm. Okay. And these, at least to date, let me ask this before we break for lunch. Are there other pieces of legislation which are being drafted that tie back to our discussion at the board retreat? Raymond, is there anything else? Or does this cover all the pieces we had? I know we're going to look at that as we go through this document.
I believe this is all of the...
On these issues, yes.
Okay.
The issues that were raised at the retreat, as far as we're aware. We drafted other legislation, but no, I'm talking about the board retreat priorities that we had talked about.
The only exception to that, and I'm not clear on what recommendations for inclusion in the AEIS, the Public School Accountability System. Susan, do you know if it has to be statutory assignment to get it in there, or can TEA do it on their own? And that I don't know.
The TEA accountability indicator?
The change of the AEI.
I think it's both.
Both.
I think it's both.
Rules and statutes.
So we may have, depending on how the discussion goes there, we may have another bill. That's the only thing I can think of that might still be there.
I have a question.
The teacher
and this is off any of these subjects, but relates to legislative issues. Once again, back to our A-Court meeting yesterday, okay? In looking at legislative issues that impact research in Texas, page G3 of our agenda, they went through research strategies for the state, and the first one was to permit universities like health science centers to retain all overhead income for grants and contracts. Now, I thought last legislative session...
They did that for A&M. They did it for A&M in Texas last session.
Okay, but what is in... Okay, can I finish my statement before we start the discussion, the question that I would like to ask? Jeez! Good for your don't we? In the opinion that our staff prepared, the illustrative information said currently the Texas legislature allows Texas public universities, okay, to retain only 50% of the overhead income received from grants and contracts. Allowing them to retain all overhead will increase these institutions' research capabilities. I thought that legislation was introduced last session and passed for them to retain 100%. You are correct. What happened here?
I don't know.
Why is this information incorrect?
That's incorrect.
That was presented to the committee?
I think it is.
I think that is incorrect.
Okay.
It's incorrect.
And I'm not sure why we made that mistake, but...
Okay, because I'm like, did I just completely lose my mind?
That was one of the board's achievements, was that we had that change.
What committee are you talking about? I'm sorry.
That is the Advisory Committee on Research Programs.
Advisory Committee on Research Programs.
Okay, which is part of Academic Excellence and Research. And this is our state-appointed Advisory Committee coordinating board. Okay?
Okay.
And these are all, we have Nobel Prize winners and National Science Foundation winners, and Dr. Norm Hackerman chairs the committee, a group of heavy hitter folks. And the discussions there are all about research in Texas. And we discussed that at our committee, AER. Some, not as much as we should, in my opinion, Joe, for future reference, that we don't spend enough time on this. Like here, we're talking about legislative issues. I mean, in this, the information that our staff put together, this is what is of concern to me. There are legislative issues that are discussed here and were discussed yesterday, but then we're talking about what kind of bills we're taking. None of these are reflected in any way in that. And you remember a long time ago, I brought up in our committee the same kind of tracking system about a year and a half ago to be developed in AER to make sure that these things happen. And we began going down that path, and then we had staff changes, and Joe isn't even aware that any of this happened back then. But this kind of a document began first in AER so that we wouldn't lose that next step of taking it to the legislature. But then the information that's being given to the A-Corp folks, that isn't even what the law was that was passed.
That's old material, and I don't know why it was in there. I confess I didn't do a good job of
why it's in there, and it's wrong. I did not bring this up to that committee, okay, because I did not want to freak them out. But we need to do a better job of communicating within our staff about what our legislative priorities are, and not go to these advisory groups that we have. And if I'm not mistaken, isn't that a statutorily required advisory committee?
Yes.
I mean, that isn't something we set up. That's something that the state created, correct?
And it's created specifically it was created for ATP and ARP.
Right.
Exclusively.
And all we have left is ARP.
That's right. They get into other issues. And really the one legislative part of our agenda was increasing the funding for ARP,
exactly.
And staff do know that. I'm not sure
we're all in agreement on that.
Well, last week, Senate Finance, Senator Duncan was particularly interested in that research issue, and interestingly enough, he and Senator Shapiro both, I think there's a real misunderstanding as Raymond explained to them what the difference was in basic research and your other more advanced research, and how important that is of a foundation. In fact, you ended up handing, I think, Senator Shapiro that one-page summary on research. But that seems to be more of an heightened interest this time around than it has been.
And it needs to be. And this is something that is going to be on our agenda on March 8th, isn't it, that we meet in ARP? Because remember, Dr. Jarrett has come and talked to us at different points in his research, and that study is completed. It is on our website. I think it has been distributed to everybody on the coordinating board, hasn't it? And there is a concern with A-Corp, and that also needs to be part of our legislative agenda. That study, I don't think I have it still in here from yesterday.
I don't think we distributed physical copies to you. I think we just sent you the website.
I know it's on the website, but, you know, kind of a compilation of this and a position paper that gives the legislature the foundation. Nobody's going to read all of this, but that is the foundation in the research that they justify that increased appropriation and how important it is to Texas. And the reason I bring this up, even though these are research issues and a different committee, that's why I'm here today, so that we can meld all of these, correct? And then when you ask, are these all of them? Do we have everything on the table? Well, we really don't have everything on the table.
There actually is a document that was prepared on why we need ARP. In fact, it was handed out last week to legislative
all the committee members. And
well, wouldn't that have been good to give that to A-Corp?
Yes,
and to give it to the chair of the committee before I walk into a discussion with an...
Yes.
Okay? I mean, I don't mean to... Yeah, I do. I kind of mean to gripe.
I think they're here.
We're properly rebuked.
And I sat there and I looked at that and I thought, we are giving our own committee the wrong information. And we're not, if we are going to the legislature and presented a united front, and this is the real research that backs up why we need that increased funding, the legislature needs to get this. This isn't just, I mean, we pay for this. The coordinating board asked for and paid for this. We need to utilize that information in the legislative session because that's the time frame that we developed to have this completed so it could be used in this session, and then it's not being distributed to the legislature or recognized, or maybe it is and nobody's telling me and nobody's telling A-Corp, and shame on us. Okay, I'll be nice.
That document has not been because of the size of it.
Is it online?
Yes.
Because it may have been then. I'd have to go back and check. We send reports routinely to the legislature, but I was going to say that Representative Colkhorst asked for, specifically, for examples of this kind of research that led to other discoveries. So we're actually in the process of trying to get a response to her on that. So all of that, one reason you may not be seeing some of this, Ms. Perriman, is because the budget and appropriations process runs kind of on a separate track from other pieces of legislation where we're doing policy issues, so they tend to run kind of parallel to each other. And the piece that we gave the member the other day, when you see it, you're going to recognize it because it's one we routinely hand out about ARP, so I don't think it's something you haven't seen at one time or another.
I'd like to see it again.
Yeah.
And we also have, you know, we need to have all of the different folks that are in our Army out there to try to get our legislative agendas passed on the same sheet of music. We've got a couple of folks, Billy Welch, who's the vice chair, and the chair of A-Corp, went and met with Representative Dan Branch in December. You were aware of that? Okay, this is my point. And they presented their own kind of little position paper that they gave to him, which is very good. But we're not all coordinating our efforts. Okay? Have you seen a copy of this?
I have to look at it. I see a lot of things.
It was just given to me last week,
okay.
Because I've had conversations with Dr. Welch prior to the A-Corp meeting.
Well,
and I am the only board member as chair of our committee that ever goes to those meetings. And then I walk in there, and it is like, the coordinating board needs to do this, and you people need to do that, and you people, that's what I feel like. I'm just like, hi. Isn't that right, Joe? You were there yesterday. We need a little more coordination here with these folks, and they're going out,
by coordinating board,
you know, promoting kind of their own agenda one way, and we're doing it another way, and the legislature needs to get the same message from everybody. don't we think?
Yeah, and thankfully, Representative Branch and Representative Colcourse and Senator Shapiro asked some very thoughtful questions about research in the hearings. So they are getting the message. I mean, it's really wherever they're getting it, they're getting the message.
So some of these guys are going to come to our March meeting.
Okay.
So we need to have a discussion of this, and I would appreciate it if you would be there.
Sure.
In addition to our other folks that we'll have there, and we can discuss how we're going to handle that meeting more. But since we were discussing legislative issues, I just want to bring that up.
Thank you.
I had a question. You asked, was there others? We had talked at the retreat about teacher certification and moving that to the coordinating board.
That's right.
Or maybe I misstated what exactly was said.
Well, I think because that is part of our sister agency, and what Shepard and I asked the commissioner and David and Bill to do is get together and look at that in terms of what might on the surface look like a good idea. Are there unintended consequences to that? Obviously, there's and what are those? And are those things that we might accept? I think on the surface it makes sense, based on my experience in public ed and higher ed, that if you're going to change the quality of teacher prep, certification's an area where you could gain some control. But I'm not sure that we really want to go there or not. That needs to be really thought through by the staff, and that's what we asked them to do.
And at least preliminarily, it appears that we may be able to have a greater impact in that arena than we have heretofore, simply by virtue of rulemaking.
And it's they're looking at it.
Okay. I just wanted to know status on that. And then secondly, I know that document that you had talked about, which connects all the pieces, I think that would be very helpful too, because as we talked about this same level of academic achievement, Commissioner, you talked about how if we do recommended high school program, that will help not set the bar low, but keep it increasing or progressing upwards. And what if one doesn't and one does pass? That are we going to miss that boat? So perhaps that connectivity document will be really
I think that cover document will be important to show they all fit together.
And they have to be together.
I agree.
Thank you.
I think we're going to take a break for lunch at 1 o'clock. Oh, wait.
I have a question. I want to know, is anybody working on anything about my pet project on seeing that we have more certified teachers teaching core subjects to low-income students? Are we going to approach that just through the TEA indicator thing, or how are we thinking about that?
Well, the issue of rigor and making sure that rigor is available to all students, it will come up in that context. We're also looking at the issue of underperforming schools, and obviously poor quality instruction is a primary element of low-performing schools. So we're talking to TEA about that issue. Yes, we are looking at. Yes.
I know if we don't push on it, it won't happen.
Good point. Just one other thing. We had talked about in our board about how we could. Was there a way from a legislative standpoint, to require higher education institutions to provide recognition of faculty for those that get engaged in P through 12?
Yeah.
How are we going to address that? I mean, the whole issue was we didn't want it to be totally lopsided. We wanted to make sure that we didn't penalize higher ed to come down and work with P through 12. So is there anything we're doing there?
Well, the issue of the faculty reward system, as Dr. Phillips knows, is one of the most sensitive issues in higher education. And I've thought that the best way to deal with that issue is to talk to chancellors and presidents informally about this and get a reading on what they're thinking about before we go public with this. Because if we were to go public with this issue right away, we would just get an enormous amount of pushback. So I've talked to Chancellor Udolph about this, and I have a couple of other people I want to talk to, but we're pushing gently on this issue. I mentioned this at our Council of Chancellors and Presidents meeting, I should say, so they know that we're thinking about it.
Okay. Any other comments on the legislative issues? Bill, thank you all for your work. Well, we really appreciate it. Let's take a 30-minute lunch break, come back at 1, and I know it's hard to believe we're on page 3, but we are going to move through this document and finish at 3. And I will tell you also that probably we will meet March 7th to cover the other half of the agenda that we were going to meet, so we'll probably leave it.
This was a very, very good session this morning, so thank you.
Yeah.
3 or 3:15. I know we got flights to catch, and Lorraine's got to leave at 2. Glenda, why don't you pick it up? I guess really we have finished section 5.02, but we did cover a lot of the other legislative areas.
Yes. So I think
it's a big part of our conversation.
the only thing I'd like to point out is that on some of these items, when you look at the activities column, if the items are numbered, if you find the number 1 at the top, I tried to divide the activities to make sure they were related to the others. So I separated out developmental ed from those other issues. And these are our standard developmental ed items, trying to reduce the need for it related to college readiness. I don't think there's anything there that you haven't already seen. Moving to page 4 to section 310, performance indicator. Now, this is in House Bill 1 from this past June's language. It adds a section to the TEA School District Indicator System on the measure of student progress toward preparation for post-secondary success. And, of course, the objective there is establish sound accountability measures. And then when you look in the activity section, the exact language of the bill are the open dots, those 2 open bullets. It directs TEA to add a measure of progress toward preparation for post-secondary success and to add a measure of progress toward dual language proficiency for students of limited English proficiency. So those 2 actually appeared in House Bill 1 for TEA to move forward on. So those assignments are actually given to the Texas Education Agency and the Commissioner. Susan, do you have any comment on those? Do you know how they're moving forward on them?
I believe she commented earlier on.
Yeah, when we talked to them, they did not have anything that they had done on
either of the 2.
On making changes to AEIS.
Okay.
So
on any of AIS?
But I think we got it onto their radar.
I do know in the summer that Chris Clute had talked about whether a score on a test at a certain level was adequate. And I know at that time we said it was not. Just to raise the score.
So,
So I'm surprised they haven't talked about it more since then.
Well, there wasn't, as I read that part of the statute, there was no date associated with when it had to be first reported by the school districts. It wasn't tied to a specific date. So that may be why it hasn't happened yet, and will come along later.
And that's something part of what Susan mentioned earlier is you don't necessarily have to be reported by them. There may be sufficient data available from other places put together to do that, so that it's sort of independent of their separately reporting it.
Right. Because we do have a lot of that information that comes over here already, and we calculate percent that go on to college and that sort of thing.
Well, my reading of this is that TEA is going to have to publish it. So at some point we will be seeing
and they
that.
do have a link on the one of the TPER website. They have a link that points to the reports we have on our website. So you can get to it from theirs, but it points to our website. for all of those reports on the percent they go on to higher ed and that sort of thing.
You will note that under the third bullet, this one is directed to higher education. And it says, consider requirement for an annual joint accountability report reflecting college readiness of the P-12 system and student readiness of higher education in terms of how well institutions of higher education perform with students once they're enrolled. And this was one of the items that came from the P16 Council's activity, that working draft of those. And as we go across on the items that we've already talked about with the accountability systems are listed. And on page 5, over in the board priorities, this is where we pick up how do we get faculty who are working with K-12 credit in higher education. There's not a specific activity in the third column that ties to that, but when I was trying to find where it fit, it seemed to fit more with this item than anywhere else in the document with performance indicators. So that's really giving the faculty member credit, not the institution or the public school credit. Anybody have comments related to that?
My only comment is that just as TEA has established reward and consequence for each of the indicators, I would hope that we will also look to reward and consequences for institutions of higher education. Because otherwise it's like, so what?
Well, and that kind of comes back to our accountability system and using that as a methodology, as Neil has talked about, eventually for some type of incentive funding.
Exactly.
Based upon persistent rates or graduation rates.
They're already talking about that over there in Senate Finance and House Appropriations.
The other thing I would assume is that in the third column, these are issues that we're not considering legislatively. Okay, these are just.
That's correct.
And so, if you make this column a legislative issue, I don't want
that one's got to move.
I don't want to lose sight of this because it's important for us to keep sight of the TEA indicator system to make sure and also engaging higher ed faculty to take a more keen interest in what we're doing in P through 12. So somehow we've got to merge that in window where we don't lose sight of it in this document, and out of sight, out of mind. So
we may end up using shading or something, same column but having two different kinds of entries. Maybe what we need to do.
Okay.
Moving to the Education Research Center.
Any other questions at all on the performance indicators? Okay.
This is section 201, bottom of page 5. Provides the legislative language stating that up to 3 of these centers could be established. There was no related objective from the P16 Council's document, but when you look at activities, those are related directly to the Education Service Centers that are now the responsibility of the coordinating board, and not TEA. And so you will see the breakout of the responsibilities, some in conjunction with TEA staff, and some of these already underway. The application date, is already in the past. The board rules have been adopted, so that's in the past. The commissioners name the advisory board. That should happen March 1.
We are pulling the possibilities together. That is actually the coordinating board staff and CEA staff, because both commissioners will name 5 members to that overseeing board.
Okay, and there were no board priorities on that. We do have some implementation notes. There's some technology issues, data maintenance issues, looking into the future, continuing to struggle with FERPA issues, And then the question that you may have resolved about evaluation.
We have sent evaluation. We had 6 reviewers in waiting on some signed contracts to come back, but we have 6 out-of-state reviewers that will be reviewing. We had 7 proposals submitted to us, and so they will be reviewing that and then talking together and then going to making a recommendation to both commissioners on which ERCs to recommend.
How many applicants did you get? I forgot.
7. A total of 7. And I have a list somewhere on my stack here. It tells me who they are, but I can't find it. Somewhere in the stack. So we did get 7 proposals for those. Most of them were consortium, which is something that we requested in the proposal, that they would be looked favorably for the proposals, is to have consortium, multiple schools working together. And I think all but 2 of them were actually consortium projects proposals, so that's a good thing. One of the issues that we do have, and this is under the implementation note, is the money for the education research centers, even for the administration, is 1-year funding. It does not continue. So what we're going to have to do is probably determine how much it costs, and part of that's with the conversion. And what we will do is charge.
Can you put your microphone up? I can't.
Oh, I'm sorry. The funding for the educational research centers, all of it, including the administrative part, is 1-year funding. So what the plan is, and we put this in the proposal, is that institutions may get charged a cost because we have storage costs and implementation fees of costs associated with bringing the data from TEA and getting the data available for the institutions to use. And so that will be distributed among whatever research centers are selected. And they all understand, as part of the RFP process, that they will end up having to pay part of those costs.
And how will they get their money?
They will be getting their money through grants, donations. Some of them that have put into their proposal that a couple of the consortium are saying that their institutions will continue to fund their administration of it. It was originally implemented that they would go out, this would be seed money for them to develop kind of baseline data to go out and get grants from other sources. So grant writing, and we put in there that they needed to have a grant writing person to help them, and part of the proposal is how are they planning to continue the funding, because we have in there that they will continue it for a minimum of 5 years.
There'll be an immense amount of work putting together the resources for them, and so the desire is that they'll be stable enough that they can continue their existence without state funding.
Do we have any clear expectations of them?
We will have, that's what the policy board is going to be able to set, is what type of research they will do. There is some very definite things outlined in House Bill 1. Mm-hmm. One of them is school finance, teacher preparation issues, curriculum issues.
That's primarily...
Those are the main focus, and that was all established in House Bill 1.
And the way it's written, I think Susan was alluding to, that the advisory board can specifically ask them to pursue certain research, but they have to be compensated for that research.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we can't ask them to do a lot and not compensate them since we're not giving them any other funding. So, makes sense.
You okay on that one? No, I don't understand that. Well, where's this $3 million going?
It goes, it's a 1-year...
I know.
It is to help them get established. So further down the road...
So $1 million to help them established is not giving them any money?
Well, it gives them the startup money.
It's just seed money.
It's seed money. It doesn't really...
Seed money, the theory is that they will sustain themselves from their grants.
Well, I understand the theory, but I just don't understand that you can't expect something from $1 million.
No.
We will be getting the report. Yeah, when they do the research, they will then be providing the research to the coordinating board, to TEA, to,
in the initial year.
Well, they will continue to part of the proposal as it's written is that they are required to still provide us and the TEA with research that is being done. They are also required to have a plan that they can disseminate that research out to the public schools and the higher ed community on what needs, pertinent research to that area to help change curriculum, to help improve teacher prep and that sort of thing.
And the RFP to me was very unclear. And is that, do we have any expectations within the first 12 months for research finished, disseminated?
That's going to depend on which research centers are selected. There are some that are starting from ground zero in their proposal, and that would be very hard for them to get up, get running, get research completed and disseminated within 1 year. That would be...
But part of the evaluation will be what is their existing track record. We'll probably separate these out as, do they have a history of very good and polished research already? What do they have in place? What do they bring to the table? So a decision hasn't been made, but I would think it's likely that whoever is selected will be in a position to produce work in the first year. I would think it's not as likely that someone who has to do all that Susan says is likely to be selected. And I say likely because I don't determine that, but there will be expectations. I think they'll have to produce to justify this happening. The advisory board, part of the purpose of the advisory board is to help identify critical areas on which they should conduct research. So that part of what they want to do, of course, I'm sure, is to have access today so they can do whatever they want. But because the advisory board being set up, they will be directed in some way by that group.
And any research that they want to do has to come through the advisory board for approval before they do it. And that's how, that's the oversight for...
I also think there'll be some, I think once selected, we'll end up with a memorandum of understanding between the coordinating board and those institutions that get selected, and that's where a lot of the accountability needs to be set out. And I don't think you just give a research center and a group of institutions $1 million and not set some pretty high expectations about what you expect out of that and some timelines. So I would think that that's where we really want to tie down.
Each of the proposals as submitted has specific research projects that they want to do.
Identified,
And part of the dollars are also for the technology part of providing the database and creation of the appropriate database. And those are legitimate concerns, and one thing that we have to be concerned about is how to make sure we get some critical research out of the groups.
David, but what I'm hearing is we're going to be able to pretty tightly define that. I mean, the research, and I mean, it's great to have the ERCs out there, but if they're not giving us meaningful data that help us in what we're trying to do to close the gaps.
And that's what the policy board is designed to do.
Policy board is designed to do that too, Susan, but I think we're going to have to be sure that we, as a coordinating board, who are ultimately responsible for selecting them, monitors their performance, because I would expect there will be a great deal of questions from the legislature about what happened to that $3 million 2 years from now, and they're going to be looking at us in terms of responding to those questions. So I think it's important that we have clearly defined memorandums of understanding and begin to think about what we would want to have in those in terms of some accountability issues back to us.
I think that you're right. One of the most critical things is making sure that we get the focus on the right research, because
we want to be sure that
over time, I mean, there aren't that many resources at some level that are being put into this, if one thinks of it as a multi-year aspect. And so we need to make sure we don't go all over the board, that some decisions are made in terms of what research is going to make the most difference, what's the most critical for policy making, and that's not something that one or two people can decide on their own.
So there's no board oversight on this?
Well, in terms of the advisory board, this cuts across agencies.
I see that.
So there will be appointees designated from here. The commissioner will be on there. I don't think there's any reason why the board couldn't, and even this committee couldn't have discussions in terms of what are the the research elements that could make the most difference, and that could be taken to the policy board through Raymond and the other designees from here.
I didn't understand the commissioner's going to be on the advisory board.
Yes. Sorry, I need to make that more clear.
Okay. Anything else on that one? Okay, turning to page 6, the next item is the P16 strategic plan, and that plan's objectives are scattered throughout the document. I don't think we need to spend any time focusing on that because they're all over the place. So moving to the top of page 7, this is the college credit program required by House Bill 1, where every high school has to make available 12 hours of college credit to its students. And it has to be implemented by fall 2008. The school districts really hold the responsibility here for deciding how much AP, how much IB, how much dual credit. We've got a couple of issues that have to be addressed as we do course redesign and the alignment. We've got to keep to our minds the notion that the way the current the essential knowledge and skills are laid out. Think about your first comp course in college, and think about a high school course where you have composition but you have literature as well. Using dual credit, there's been a struggle with the institutions trying to match up the right college course that covered the essential knowledge and skills so that they could get high school credit and college credit. That's going to be an ongoing issue that we think we have now the perfect way to address it as we're moving course redesign and the vertical alignment forward. But we didn't want to lose sight of it, that we need to continue to track that, so that's one of the items here. The second item is that we believe there's the potential for school districts to, without intending, to move outside of a service area of a community college district and seek universities or other colleges to offer dual credit directly at their school. So we have a system that's in place. It's an annual process with our higher education regional councils, and we are meeting now in February and March. And one of the issues they may be called upon to help with at the local level, so they can make that decision at the local level, is if there's a dispute. If somebody wants to bring in a competing institution, so to speak, to deliver that dual credit. We've had enough experience with it on a small scale just since dual credit went into place. We expect, with it being accelerated with this part of the statute, that there may be more of that. Usually it's very quickly resolved, and it's best done at the local level without having to bubble up to the staff here or certainly to the board.
One idea that was brought to my attention would be a waiver for certain courses that would be taught. Right now, if you're a community college and you're going to teach in a high school, or if you're a high school teacher who's going to teach a community college course in a high school, you have to have 18 hours in that subject area. And someone brought to my attention, what if there was a waiver either for certain courses or for developmental ed courses? So that a teacher with a master's degree, for example, that doesn't have 18 hours in that content area could teach that course. It was brought to my attention, just an idea.
We've had those conversations with Sachs and have gotten nowhere.
So I'll bring it up.
Isn't that a fair assessment?
Yes. In fact, they have really hit some of our institutions over the head because they have a few faculty who had specialties in some areas but did not have the equivalent education. And so I think the institution is going to be very reluctant with the current policies in place.
Well, the community colleges were saying that they're going to have a really hard time with faculty, and one of the high school principals actually no, David's not here. Lamar's principal said to me the other day that he can't offer any more courses because he doesn't have teachers that are qualified.
So maybe we need to find a master's program that those teachers could go to and get their graduate degree in their 18 graduate hours.
I mean, they're online, they're out there. If they want to get qualified, let them get qualified. I don't think it's that hard, frankly.
Or
qualified.
The other idea would be, Raymond, when you're meeting with the deans of education, to bring that up and see if there's a way that they can focus in on those master's programs offering some core course.
Or offering their alums some easy way to quickly
That's a good idea.
Get whatever else it is they need. But I can just see terrible abuses if you pass something like that. Because you know who would get the worst teachers. Like they already do.
Actually, it was Lamar's principal that was asking for it. And they're offering more dual credit courses than any other high school in Houston right now.
Well, I'd give that guy anything he wants. He's got a good record.
Yeah, he does.
Okay, Mr. Ryder, are we through with that one? Ready for course redesign?
Yes.
I think you're all familiar with the course redesign portion of the statute. It is reflected in the commissioner's priorities. We have dates in the timeline. Dr. Stafford, would you like to respond? Are we on schedule for those dates?
Yes, we're on schedule. This process, I think, is really going to be a continuous redesign over several biennia, in fact. So while we talk about the timelines for getting it started, I want you to also think about the fact that we really should be redesigning more or less continuously once we get going. The first really high visibility thing will be in this room tomorrow with something over 100 folks from the community colleges and universities here to meet with us and talk about the RFP process. We will at that time give them a report on the first 3 courses that are currently in redesign, those that we went out and found some folks that were already underway with redesign and could have something up and running by fall. Then we will invite proposal for work that can be done aggressively yet this fiscal year, and any satisfactory proposals that we get we'll bring to the board at the April meeting. The majority of the work will start after the July meeting. We'll go through a formal RFQ, that is request for qualifications, and then for the qualified institutions, applications or proposals, and after scoring those and making recommendations, we'll bring to you, to the full board, a set of recommendations for funding that round beginning in July. At this point, as it just reflected by the fact that there'll be over 100 folks here tomorrow, a high degree of interest, and I think it's moving forward now. Till we actually see those proposals and see the quality of what can be done, I guess the jury's still out.
Anybody have questions?
Any other questions for Joe? Okay. 301.
We're moving to the top of page 8 to the electronic student records. This is basically a transcript system that is in 2 phases. The first phase allows school districts to exchange transcripts electronically among schools. The second phase will allow higher education institutions to electronically access the transcripts of high school students who have applied to the institutions. There's information under the timeline, and Lois Hollis has been our staff to this group with TEA. Lois, would you want to offer anything at this point?
This was on a fast track. TEA awarded the contract earlier this month. There was actually an article in the Austin American Statesman about it. The National Transcript Service was awarded the contract, and they will have something up and running by September for school to school at the secondary level for transcripts, and then later on in the year for high school to college transcripts. So it looks very promising.
Lois, can you address one of the issues that's in the implementation notes that we've talked about before, is what kind of training is needed for higher education staff who will be needing to access the transcripts and all that kind of...
Right now, there are two methods for higher education to get electronic high school transcripts, and really TACRO, the Association of Registrars and Admissions Officers, does training on this. And there's a set format. It's called a SPEEDY or EDI format, and so it's. I think higher education will take care of the training as needed.
So you don't think that we would in any way need to be prepared for doing that?
No, they do it routinely twice a year. So as people come on and use it, I don't think it'll be an issue. And institutions have been clamoring for this for forever. So I think everybody's ready. I don't think it'll be an issue at all.
Can we let the school districts know and the institutions know so that they're not spending money to have this done? There was an article in the Houston Chronicle a couple weeks ago that 3 school districts are paying to have this done.
Oh, no.
Yeah. I just handed the article to Raymond. I don't know what he did with it.
Right here.
Is that it?
That's incredible.
Project to track high school grads through college. UT Dallas effort will follow students, including from HIC, to see where they end up, and it's talking about tracking them.
Yeah, I'll talk to TEA about letting
database.
high schools know, and I can send something out on the TACRO listserv today saying, great news, electronic high school transcripts are coming your way.
Is that the Texas School Project?
It's out of UT Dallas.
Texas School Project. They've been doing that they've been working on it.
Well, and then TVEC was trying to market one too.
Yeah, TVEC was trying to market it, and she can.
I'm your clipping service.
And then the ongoing question that we will deal with, should we be able to have a web portal, student web portal? What would the relationship of it be? As that's going forward, we have to keep in mind that this other system is there and they have to be compatible. So that the transcript can help, information can help populate the college application and the free financial aid form. We don't want those to all run off in separate ways so that they can't communicate together. Mr. Rutter, I think that's all on that one.
Any questions?
The next item is one that is the responsibility of the Texas Education Agency, but it provides for a flexible day for students who are early college attendees. And we really don't, there's no part of that other than just information that it's there and available. At the top of page 9, we move to the high school allotment. You'll remember that that's $275 per high school student. It's sent to the high school to be used for college readiness purposes. And each district, maybe even each school, based on how the district decides the money can be used. And the issue for us, for our agency, the question that we keep putting on the table with TEA staff is how can we influence how that money's being used? And I don't have a good answer for you yet, but it's the one that we raise over and over and over. And in fact, we've provided some suggestions on ways school districts can use that money to help get students ready for college. And we believe that some of the schools are using this $275 to help pay for PSAT or PLAN. And if the state takes that responsibility over, they would be able to dedicate some of that money to other college readiness activities like bridge programs in the summer and that sort of thing.
College dedicated counselors, that's what Houston is using theirs for.
For college counselors. Super.
So the two, I'm sorry, go ahead, because if you have a point, I want to listen.
Well, I was just going to suggest if we could reach an agreement with TEA that we send out a list of highly recommended ways that they could use this money. There's so many wonderful things out there that superintendents, I know, just don't have enough time to be aware of. There are now online academic career planning programs that are very low cost that help, as and this gets back to the point that was just made, that help take the place of a real live academic counselor. There's some wonderful software out there that would really help us, and I'm afraid that this money will just be absorbed into the operating budgets of of schools.
One of the things that we received an email from TEA about was recommending to them folks from higher ed that could sit on an advisory committee for the high school allotment. So as they look at the outcomes from the work of school districts in using this money, they have asked for higher ed folks to help them do some evaluation of that. So we've provided them with some recommendations for that purpose.
Well, I would imagine that the legislature would want some accountability. They'd want, at the end of each year to know where that money went. And maybe one way would be like we have the STAR Award. Maybe TEA should reward and recognize best practices of school districts and how they use that money to promote, college awareness. But I can't imagine they would give $275 for high school students and then just say, we don't care where you spend it, here it is, have a good day.
I do think TEA is taking that
I would think so.
seriously.
There are some regulations, recommendations about how to spend it. I think it's fairly flexible, but one of the things that we talked about and that we've drafted is a letter from both Commissioner Paredes and Commissioner Neely, recommendations, like Linda was saying, on ways that it could be used, and also and this is going to be addressed to the high school principal, and also in that letter we're going to merge the data for each of those high schools to say what their college going rate is currently. I talked with a high school counselor yesterday in Fort Worth. She's been a counselor for many, many years, very, very extremely well-capable lady, and she was not aware that data existed. So I think once we put it out there and we get those recommendations to them, also talked to some other folks in Fort Worth that they were not even aware that this high school allotment dollars were available. They had not heard about it yet. So I agree. I think that the tendency may very well be that it'll go into the general operating budget and get absorbed.
Sure, because you could call virtually anything this high school does something related to college readiness.
Well, also when you don't have, how do we encourage schools to admit that they want to develop a college-going culture? We still can't get schools to say, we want to develop a college-going culture. So if there's any way to kind of pull back on those monies, if the school is not overall trying to create a college-going culture, that would be awesome. And again, I know everybody rolled their eyes, but it's a darn shame we can't start some of these funds back in 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th grade so that they're college ready when they begin the high school.
I happen to have an article about that too.
I mean, why can't we it's a shame the districts can't spend that money early on.
Well, in fact, Ms. Mendoza, they can, even though it's allotted or it's gained by each high school students, grades 9 through 12, but the provision says that it can be used for students from 6 to 12.
Well, golly, we need to talk about getting out of the box. Let's start encouraging that money goes in the pipeline, down the pipeline, and then demand that if they're going to use it, they need to admit, make a statement that they are going to create a college-going culture. Because we don't even have that yet. So how can they spend every dollar on every student when they're not trying to do it for every student?
Mr. Ryder, one of the things that we're trying to do to encourage some of that, using some of that money for college-going activities, in our Summer Bridge RFP, what we've asked the institutions to do is make sure that they have partnered with school districts in a way, in a tangible way, and one way they demonstrate that is that the high school partner has to come to the table with some high school allotment money to leverage the funds that we're providing in a way that provides similar kinds of activities so that they're coming to the table with an investment. It's not just the institution of higher education that's putting money into the summer bridging programs.
Right. Lori, I think your suggestion, and we've got limited control here, but I think your suggestion, whether it's the Star Wars or whatever, one, I think the commissioner's recommendation, it sounds like the letter you are getting ready to mail Catherine to the high school principals is a good start, but if there's any also suggestions we can make to the TEA as to how to recognize exemplary use of that money, I think that's the way we think, to use as a best practice to share with them. I think, again, now whether they use it or not, we don't know, but I think there's something else that'd be great if we could recommend to them.
Anything that shines a light on this, because obviously it's not.
Otherwise, it will be in their general revenue budget. So, okay, good suggestions.
Okay, moving away from House Bill 1 to an objective that appears in the P16 Council Strategic Plan. It relates to preparing educational professionals in public and higher ed to assist students in meeting college readiness standards. And so we have a list of activities which focuses on improving teacher preparation so that we address college readiness at that point. Provide pre-service and in-service training for existing teachers and pre-service teachers as well. And then professional development opportunities for the regional P16 councils that we have to make sure that they have the information they need and materials needed to work in their local regions. So those are the items that we have, and you will see a couple of things have P&S under it, under the responsibility. Those are items that we come through this committee as we move those forward.
Any comments or questions on that?
The next House Bill 1 item is the Best Practices Clearinghouse, and I believe Dr. Phillips had talked about this at a previous board meeting or a committee meeting to be sure that we're not recreating another storehouse of best practices, and that it connects with the education research centers, that we don't have a lot of different information floating around out there. This is really an assignment that's given to TEA and the Commissioner of Education, but clearly it relates to information that they won't put online that this committee and our agency are very interested in keeping up with: instruction, public school, finance, resource allocation. All those kinds of things are things that we want to know about as well. We have not had a good discussion with TEA staff on this, and we will remedy that in the next couple of weeks. We finally found out who to talk to, and so we will be working with TEA as this continues to be shaped. The next one is...
Linda, where's providing input there? Is that it?
That's it. Statutorily, we were not given a role. And we're sort of creating an input role for us.
We have contacted at least one organization that we think has some of that to make sure they were aware of the RFP for this some weeks ago. And I know they contacted TEA to express some interest.
We just need to get brought up to speed on it. Again, this one is not in House Bill 1. It's Objective 8 from the strategic plan, is to provide a better access to academic preparation programs. And then we have those items from the commissioner's priorities that fit under that. And some of these are duplicates related to dual credit, being sure that it covers all of the essential knowledge and skills. One of the issues we have not yet tackled is the issue of standardizing credit, how much AP credit a student is given for a score on the exam. And that's one that we haven't explored yet, but it continues to come up as a recommendation. And so on. And you notice we don't have the timeline or anything filled out on this. We will get that to you before your March 7th meeting. We'll have these fleshed out. The next one goes back to House Bill 1. It's the Texas Governor Schools. You will recall that the language in statute assigns this to the Texas Education Agency, but a decision was made after September 1 that the coordinating board should administer this section. So we will be asking for a legislative change that gives the assignment to the coordinating board. Lynette received good news yesterday. We got a signed memorandum of agreement with TEA so that we will actually be given the money to support the program for this summer. It came through yesterday. It's awaiting the commissioner's signature. Commissioner Neely has signed it. Because we are so late in the game, I think we talked about this at the January board meeting, we are not going to be able to take the time to do the real RFP process that we will do in the future. The University of North Texas has agreed to sponsor the one this summer, focusing on mathematics and science. These are for high-achieving students. It's a residential program. We will be moving forward with that as quickly as we can. Mr. Friends, would you like to comment on that?
Just to this extent, David Anderson contacted me coincidentally with TEA furnishing the various documents and advised me that the rules, which of course, at least for the time being, will be TEA rules, have been approved by him. There was one step left in the approval of the rules. He does not anticipate any problems in obtaining that approval shortly. Indeed, it may already have been done. And that somewhere in the neighborhood of 2 months from today, those rules should take effect. But he did encourage us to go forward with the University of North Texas for this summer because he does not anticipate problems in the adoption of those rules.
And as you can tell, this is one of those where the timeline says one thing and the original, it will be under the revised timeline when we split that column out. It will happen this summer. It's just not moving as quickly as we had thought.
Linda, did we ever communicate, we talked about this last meeting, to other universities of why we didn't go through the RFP process? How we came to use North Texas this year?
Our intent is, as soon as we get free and clear those rules are filed, we're going to send a notice out to indicate that the RFP for the next year will be issued in early fall, contingent upon us getting the money through the legislative side. We do intend to do that, but we have been waiting for us to get to the point that those rules get approved at TEA for the 60-day posting. Okay. And we're this close.
Okay. Chairman, Linda, how many, is there any limitation on the number of those governor schools?
No. Not in the statute. The language there just says that governor schools will be offered, and there's 3 options for what they can focus on.
And they can get a grant up to $750,000. Where does that money come from?
The money this year was given through House Bill 1 to TEA, as I understand it. It was $750,000 total. And we will not...
Not enough for one school this year, okay.
Essentially, that's it.
Okay. Is anybody talking, if we're going to move that over, are we talking to anybody in the appropriation process to, if we're going to expand it to additional funds in the next biennium for additional schools?
I do not.
Probably need to be doing that, Commissioner.
Don't think we are, but we probably...
We haven't thought about that approach. I can tell you that I have talked to the Gates people about providing some funding through the Texas High School Project for
probably to look at both
schools. Yes.
I think there's some real interest. Obviously, legislatively, they wouldn't have done the first one, but I would think they would want to expand it some, so we might want to look at that.
It's a great idea. And no, we hadn't, and I appreciate you bringing that up. Until we move back to one that is just an objective from the P16 plan.
Why don't we be sure and put that over in the legislative process as a potential?
We will do that. This is increased college awareness and create a college-going culture into every school. And then some activities related to that you see are shared across the two agencies. And I believe all of these are items that the P&S committee has seen over and over. They were part of our roadmap. Then they moved into the commissioner's priorities. I don't think those are anything new. We will be putting timelines and those things with it so that you'll have that. On page 13 at the top, and you will notice this is the last page, we have the final objective from the P16 plan, which is to coordinate college readiness and success plan objectives with strategies for persistence and timely graduation, supporting closing the gap. And so the items here are clearly all things that the coordinating board staff and the board itself have worked on, including the P&S committee. That pretty much gives you the whole picture of what we think we have to get our arms completely around.
For the committee, we don't have to have a formal approval of this, but I would like to just ask, I think we spent the bulk of the morning talking about the meat of what our responsibilities were. A lot of this afternoon was really TEA responsibilities, but are there any other suggestions or recommendations for the staff as to modifications or format or even information that we want to put in this form that we haven't discussed today?
Mr. Chairman, I want to ask Commissioner something if I could. Obviously, a massive undertaking. I mean, this is profound in terms of, I think, the effect it can have on the future of higher ed and public ed. Commissioner, do we have the staff to pull this off, or do we need more staff?
We need more staff, and we are looking at where the most sensible places to place these staff would be, but we clearly need more staff.
And are we in a position to fund that additional staff?
We are going to use some HB1 money to fund additional staff.
All right.
Does this tie in any way with, in our retreat, we discussed about getting someone to do some type of consulting or analysis of our whole organization? Is that...
No, I think that was, as I recall, that was more related to the organization of the board committees and the way they would interact with staff. But
there's also staff. It was staffing in terms of giving you some thoughts about how we tie into these new objectives. Are we appropriately aligned as a staff and as board committees with what is clearly a redirection of emphasis in the agency compared to, say, 5 years ago when we began. So,
a little bit related to that, I believe we've mentioned in another context that because of charter helms and what will be done with staffing, that we had deliberately not hired 8 positions, and those FTE we've shifted over so that we wouldn't be pressing our FTE cap because of HB1, and we do have the dollars through HB1 to fill those positions, but we've reallocated 8 FTE.
Okay.
That's a start.
And there's a budget item in here that outlines, I assume, shows how a lot of that money's being allocated. I assume a lot of those positions are not filled today.
That's correct. And in addition to the regular House Bill 1 money, the $3 million for the education and research centers come with 2 positions for 1 year.
Yeah, 2 positions 1 year.
And we're already burned up half of that year.
Yeah.
And Glenda, how many positions do you anticipate creating to implement HB1?
There will be 8 positions that will be dedicated to the issues related to the House Bill 1 outside of the Research Center portion.
8 new positions?
8, yes. We are moving people like Evie Hyatt from her P16 advisor position into that. Lynette is moving into that. Laurie Frederick, who had been Raymond's administrative assistant, has moved into a position that we have. We are hiring another administrative assistant for that group. We'll be hiring someone specializing in developmental ed. Joe is looking for a senior director related to course redesign. So we are.
Yeah, I know.
So we are fully working on getting those positions filled. Susan, is your position for House Bill 1, the data analyst, already posted?
Not yet.
Okay. But we're going to have someone in Susan's shop just to help the staff of House Bill 1 do their work too.
And these are the 8 FTE I was just mentioning that we shifted over.
Okay. I just want to be sure we were, this is a massive undertaking. If we're going to do it right, we need to have staff get it.
One thing that isn't addressed is that there are existing staff. So Brenda was just mentioning Susan, and no one would have anticipated Susan would be working on the Ed Research Centers, especially since that wasn't part of our legislation. So there's some things where it is cutting into staff in other areas, and so we're glad you're aware that's an issue.
If there's no other comments, I was supposed to say it's great work by everybody around the table, especially the staff, and Lynn for your guidance to them. What I would hope we could do is at March 7th, if we could have the new format, if we can.
I'll get it to you 2 weeks before that.
Slotted timelines, and if we could have it in everybody's hands so that we don't spend 3 hours on it, but then we could read it before and then come in and make any suggestions, and we can get it updated on it.
Chairman, I'd also recommend that this go to the full board. I think it is, and I just want to be sure it is, because this is critical. I think that all of us even though we may not make the meetings, it was very helpful for me to read through this and really get a grasp of what our challenges were and where we were, and so that was very helpful. Having it.
We will do that.
Mr. Chairman, one comment. You know, in going through this, I've been thinking about who our audience is, and who's going to read it, who's going to look at it, and I think we ought to think about that a little bit more before we finalize this exact format. I mean, something real similar to this, but for example, if you don't know, you can't tell how College Readiness and Success House Bill 1 and objectives for the P16 plan are related. They could be 2 separate columns for all you know. You know, I think we can make it read a little more coherently to somebody who really doesn't understand the connections.
And if you are agreeable, we will work on that.
Okay, good.
Rename those appropriately.
Yeah, all right. And I think that as we think about our readers, this is something I've learned from Ms. Bricker. She's always talking about action steps. I think that, you know, if let's say a superintendent is reading this, well, what would be the action step that a superintendent might want to take, or a principal, or a school board member? You know, we might think about and put some little clever things in there about that, how to read it if you're that kind of if you're in that position. Anyway.
That or how to find it, if it's, you know, a resource. I'm talking about if it's on a website or something like that.
Yeah.
Okay, any other suggestions, good comments? Okay, well, thanks so much for all the work and the explanation. So,
well, I can't not acknowledge Georgia Hottie, who actually put all these words in these columns. Thank you, Georgia.
The last thing I'd like to do before we move on to agenda item 6, because we really covered 3, 4, and 5, is I would like to, we covered the objectives on the P316 statewide plan, and I have not heard any recommendations to change those, and we need to either modify those in this meeting or approve or have a motion to adopt those objectives and standards as recommended by the statewide P316 plan. So if there are no additions or modifications, could I have a motion to adopt the P through 16 College Readiness and Success Strategic Action Plan as presented in column 2?
You want discussion? You wanted us to discuss it before we make the motion?
Yeah.
I wonder, Raymond, if there is anything to be gained from trying to have the objectives all in with House Bill 1 instead of having a couple of these free-floating things.
It's fine with me. Sure, that makes sense.
So you're talking about those that stand alone.
Right.
Roll
I think that's
those
real
in.
confusing.
We
And
can
I think there's an
attempt to do
easy
that.
way to mush them into some of those other categories.
Well, if you'll help me mush, we will do that.
So what are you saying, Lynn? I'm a little confused.
Mr. Ryder, there are places where
Like
we had just the
education
objective.
professionals?
We just had that objective, and it wasn't easily apparent as to how to attach it to a House Bill 1 item. So we'll do some mushing
That's why I think
and
it's
force shoehorn them in.
so important to have a preamble here or something that says what we're doing. So
Context.
no matter what audience reads this, they've got some roadmap to go by.
But Lynn, are you saying to find a way to incorporate these all within the context of House Bill 1?
Right.
Or are you saying to redraft some of these?
No, what I'm saying is cosmetic, graphic
I got you. That's how it's presented in this.
Objective 8, for example, could very well fit within the vertical teams because it's talking about providing greater access to student academic preparation programs, and that's what that whole section's about.
Yeah.
Actually, it also fits with a college credit program.
So it fits a couple of places. So that makes sense.
We can work on that.
So the recommendation on the floor is to incorporate these within the body of HB 1, but not to make any overall changes in the objectives approved by the P through 16 statewide committee. Correct? If that's the case, could I have a motion then to accept the strategic plan as presented?
My only thing that I mentioned at the board meeting was the focus on high school and not the apparent stressing of the P through 8 again. And I don't think it was readdressed, so I don't know if that was just taken off the table or...
Pipeline issue.
Huh?
Pipeline issue.
Right. And I think that's a really good point. I think you pointed out under the goal of the P16 College Student Readiness Success Plan that it says to ensure that every Texas student is college ready when exiting high school.
Right.
And if there was a way to reword that as throughout the P16, throughout his or her P12 education or whatever.
It's just kind of, it might be cosmetic in that, I mean, this thing is called P16 College Readiness. I see that. However, it's so easy to go back to just the high school piece. And having high school right in the goal is again, just seems to put the blinders on and focus on that. I commented that at the board meeting, but I wasn't sure if it was talked about and then decided unworthy or whether we ought to
have not had a
recommend it.
discussion on it as staff at all, not our staff here.
My other question is, this is so hard to do. I know that I've been in discussions in our local community, and there's so many people who want to say, we can't say every student is going to college. So in this last sentence where we say so that all students are ready for college, ready for work, and ready for life, are we saying that as a series? In other words, you're going to go to college, you'll be ready for work, and you'll be ready for life? Are we saying you can either go to college, you could be ready for work, or
Be ready for life.
or be ready for life? And my challenge is how do we do this? Because I know in our community we struggle when everybody wants to say college ready. But not everybody needs to go to college. Not everybody will, et cetera, et cetera. Well, doggone it, what are we saying?
Well, we could say that gets back to the point that George made about having an opening statement that provides a context. We're defining workforce readiness and college readiness as the same thing. So we say that students are college ready / workforce ready and ready for life.
Yeah.
He'll like
so
that.
easy. Well, what's challenging is if you have a population that is already going straight to work, maybe not even finishing high school, which a majority we have, especially in the Hispanic community, we're almost saying it's still okay to do that.
Well, we've hedged that by talking about skilled workforce readiness.
Yeah.
Does that help?
No.
I will tell you what the problem is. And we've wrestled with this issue a lot internally.
I know.
My preference has always been to just say college ready and nothing else. But when we do that, we get all kinds of pushback from TEA, from the Texas Workforce Commission, from the industry clusters group, and that's why we've tried to combine both. And then, of course, the point that we hear all the time from teachers: are you crazy? Do you really think that every child is going to college after high school? So we try to respond to those kinds of
and that's
complaints.
what we struggle with. Those are the exact arguments that we're facing in a local community as well. It's just that, golly, we have such a big, huge gap to fill. If we said everybody's going to college and we raised the bar here, at least we would have moved up. Obviously, not everybody's going to go. So the point, keeping it this way, what would a contextual write-up of those three statements be?
Well, we could say that our goals are to, at the very least, our immediate goal should be to be at the national average in terms of college-going rates for the state. Right now, the national average is, 64%, David, and we're at around 50%. So to get to the national average of students who, something like what?
Yeah, no, that's right. When you include out-of-state, students who go out-of-state.
So that would be a very significant jump in the short term. And then I would like ultimately to aspire to what David Conley says is possible, and that is that you can get close to 80% of all high school graduates college ready. So maybe we should do that incrementally.
It's a mixed message when the title is P16 College Ready Success Plan, but we say ready for college, ready for work.
You're right.
And I'm struggling with this because obviously we want to get our P16 Council in San Antonio going, and we're going. If that's what we ought to be saying, then let's agree that that's what we ought to be saying. It's just that's what we're doing today.
Yeah, and if you leave them that out, then they'll say, well, 80% of our students want to be ready for work, and that's what we're doing.
That's what we're doing.
Yeah. Right. No, it's a sticky issue. I've been, for example, originally in fact, Shirley Neely talks about this sometimes. She talks about being ready for college, ready for the workforce, or ready for the military.
Right.
That's also an issue that comes up a lot. And I said, well, let's forget about the military. And then people accuse me of being anti-military. I said, no.
The veteran over
no, I said, no, our attitude is that if high school graduates want to go into the military, that's fine with us. Let them go to college, finish an ROTC program, and go in as officers. But we'll try to finesse the language some more, but
not to beat a dead horse.
No, but it's a dilemma that we're struggling with all the time.
But I think Elaine has a good point. We all understand the dilemma, but most people are going to think same old, forget them. If you don't say something audacious like that. Which you've been saying, so you shouldn't be tempting us down. You should
Well, there's
we other people on his council.
Yeah, and Glenda, just again.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
If there's any way to emphasize the P through 8. Yes, and then I'll shut up.
Is this something that still hasn't reflected, or has this already gone through y'all? And
it has been. That's why I wasn't sure.
When y'all meet again?
P16 Council, what's that?
February 22nd.
Yeah.
Next week. I think I ought to add that I guess it was yesterday at the first hearing in the morning, the commissioner did mention, I want to talk about P. Specifically, before the legislative committee made the point, if you wanted to start talking about it at that level and talk for several minutes about that.
Well, then it be reflected in here. So could our motion be made with the understanding that we'll work a little bit on mushing this up and
Well, we might what we might want to do is have them come up with suggested language. I mean, Raymond needs it in a week.
Right.
Take it back, and that they might send a suggested language back out to the committee, and silence is golden. If unless you have a suggestion, you're okay with it within a certain time period, so we don't tie the process up. And that's just a suggestion. So, because I know Elaine's got some great comments, and she might have some feedback on the language we have there. Is that okay?
Sure.
I mean, the key is we need to work within the constraints of the commissioner having a product to take back to the statewide committee. So, is that okay with everybody? Good comments, Elaine. So. Okay. It is. We're going to still try to cover a couple.
You've given us the courage not to compromise.
We should maybe ask where she's going to be February 22nd.
I'll be working. Ready for work.
You'd be a good participant. So, agenda item 6 is, and I think we've already covered this to a big extent, but I'd like to, and I don't think Joe's in here anymore, but David is. An issue that was really brought up was the issue of overlap of college readiness and success assignments with other committees, and how we're going to manage that process from the standpoint of this committee being given overall responsibility for HB1. A couple examples of that are, one, whenever we get into budget issues, there's issues that have to be approved by Agency and Operations Committee. There's course redesign. There's
Education Research
Centers. And I don't have a recommendation. I've just asked Linda and David to be prepared to tell us how we're going to make sure that we can work cross-functionally with this committee still having oversight for.
Well, I think today's, from my standpoint, has demonstrated that this committee really should address all the programmatic issues associated with House Bill 1, whether it be course redesign or the educational research centers, because not only for you guys, but from a staff standpoint, it's helpful to hear the full discussion, to see how some of these projects integrate with each other. I think it's a much more efficient process. So I think at a previous meeting, Ms. Perryman acknowledged that she would be comfortable with that. The only item that's handled by a different committee has been the Ed Research Centers with Mr. Adams. So I guess the issue as you walk by is, would you have any concerns, Mr. Adams, with the Educational Research Centers being handled by this committee rather than strategic planning? And I didn't think so. So I think from that standpoint, programmatically, if you guys are willing, that it would make sense for one group to see the whole picture from a programmatic standpoint. And you'll have staff sitting here like you do from the various divisions that are doing the daily legwork. From a budget standpoint, I do believe, and I've talked to Arturo some about this, we think that it remains appropriate for the Operations Committee to handle the overall view of the budget, though you guys need to know the basics, and you may have recommendations you want to make, but that really one body needs to look at the overall agency budget. But I think you would still expect a question, are the dollars well spent on Top Cat and those types of issues.
But we're not talking about moving. Joe will still handle course redesign.
Right, but this committee would be the committee that
oversight.
He really. If we have an agenda item on the board meeting about course redesign, it would be with this committee rather than with.
That makes sense.
Academic excellence.
That makes sense. Is everybody comfortable with that?
Yeah.
Any other comments on that? Joe, are you comfortable with that? Can you take this twice a month? It won't be twice a month, so.
And we will have a big one for you in April.
Okay. Okay.
And Mr. Ryder, on the page following that agenda page, it's just our initial breakout of which staff at the coordinating board working on which issue. It's just a reference document.
Yeah, let's look at that. Where is that? That's under agenda.
It's under agenda item 6, the second page of that agenda item.
Here.
Your committee has seen this before. There may be others that hadn't. Just kind of have an idea of who's in the lead on which item.
Any other comments on that? The thing that's important to me is staff's comfortable in that. That's the key thing, is that we don't wait and slip through it. So, the agenda item 7 is a review of the budget allocated to HB1, and I think Lynette, you're going to give us an overview of that.
Yes.
Find my way here. As you see from the agenda item explanation, you'll see that there's really three breakouts overall of the budget, and that is the $11 million for college readiness, and that involves a lot of activities. The $3+ million for the educational research centers, and the $750,000 for the Texas Governor Schools. And what we have done in the budget sheet itself, you'll see the specific line items that are attributable to each of the divisions that have responsibility for some part of either the first, second, or third item. For instance, the educational research centers, I believe all of that is located in the right-hand side under TEA grants, interagency contracts, because that is money that flows through TEA to us. So the educational research centers are located there, as well as the Texas Governor Schools. And then the bulk of the $11 million you'll find in the other part of this budgetary sheet. Agency administration takes care of supporting the staff activities related to the 8 positions that we received, the 8 FTE for this. So all of those activities under agency administration. Then there are 2 breakouts that you'll see under contract administration and then direct grants. So, for instance, an example of contract administration would be Dave Conley or NCAT, Carol Twiggs Group, for any consultation they do with us on any of these particular issues. So that would be under contract administration. Whereas any kind of activity related to college readiness that we are actually contracting with the institutions of higher education would come under the direct grants piece. And so that's kind of an explanation of how we arrived at the 3 sets going vertically from administration, contract administration, to direct grants, and then across horizontally divided out among the divisions that have specific responsibility for some activity.
And Mr. Ryder, it's my intent for the budget column in our document that we just completed will not have the agency administration portion. It will have the other 2 parts represented.
Direct grants.
Yes.
And one of the things that we're going to be doing as a staff, since we're 5 months into the fiscal year, is to revisit this budget in a very deliberate way to make sure that we are on task and on target for expending the funds under each of the initiatives. And where it either doesn't make sense or we need to rethink whether or not we can expend the funds in the next 7 months to consider other activities that might be considered closing the gaps. We do have that one area within the statute that provides us some flexibility in spending funds that come under closing the gaps relative to college readiness. And so there may be some additional initiatives that we hadn't thought about originally that make sense to roll out in the next 7 months.
Now, this budget does not include normal outreach and success items such as TopCat, WebTool,
no, sir. No.
P through 16 field specialist. That is separate and apart from all this. Okay. I just want to make sure that we don't lose track of that, because in our last meeting, we talked about that whole issue of marketing dollars we were allocating to Top Cat, as well as the, potentially the web tool. And we need to keep that in front of us as before we spend that money, how we're going to get to the end user with that money. I think I was speaking for the committee when we said that. That was a key area that Ms. Phillips brought up last time we met. So we just need to keep that as a part of the budget in front of us. Questions for Glenda or Lynette on the budget as it's presented today?
This is going to be put into this form?
Yes, all except for the administrative portion of the budget.
The Texas Governor's School only $750,000?
That's all that we have for this year.
Okay.
Okay. And I've forgotten how many students that's going to be.
Well, we're shooting for 150, which will not use the full 750,000. That's what we could work out with UNT for the summer on a shortened time frame. So the money allotted for it, we will not be using all that money.
Oh, that's good, though. I think that's a lot of students.
Unless they're able to accommodate more.
And that's a function of timing, because they have to get out information to the schools through their infrastructure they've already got in place for TANs.
Kind of iffy still.
So if they can get more than, I think we set a minimum of 150 students, so if they get more than that,
So
that'd be wonderful.
institutions that already have effective programs in place, do they know to apply for this or to submit for this?
Not for this year.
Not for this year. Okay.
We're going to do an RFP for next year and beyond, and as a matter of fact, we'll begin the work on that RFP pretty quickly.
Because quite a few of the Star Award winners in the last few years have qualified. I mean, they've done this kind of program.
Yeah. Well, we've got summer bridge programs, don't forget.
Right.
That we have a number of those proposed in the budget and dollars to do those. And that's where we think we're going to get more of those Star Award kind of programs engaged.
And that's available for this coming summer?
Yes, it'll be for this year if we will have time to get the RFP up for that.
Okay.
Because they are serving local students. This governor's school has to be statewide.
And it's also they have to...
Residential. Yeah, and so it's just got a whole different set of requirements on it altogether.
And the summer bridging program can either be residential or a day program, so they have a little more flexibility.
Is it possible that we could look at this budget with CEA and talk to them, I know yet again, about whether or not, since we have this huge undertaking to 2015, and the people that are primarily going to be making it happen are the teachers and the principals, isn't there some system we can put together so we can contact them? I mean, we can even talk to, our soldiers can talk to each other in caves in Afghanistan. Can't we talk to these teachers and tell them what's coming down the pike?
We need to move them to Afghanistan, it sounds like.
I know I say this every time, but I think it's inconceivable that we can accomplish this without being able to talk to the soldiers in the field and the captains. I want to know if there's any money that can make that happen.
Yes. In fact, if you will look under contract administration, under professional services, building awareness,
yes,
we have $625,000 designed to do essentially what you're talking about, not talking to them in caves, but getting information out to them. And that's an effort that's an outreach and success. We'll be working on that.
Aside from those meetings, I mean, I think there's something embedded in this. We've always talked about needing to work through TEA to contact various folks. It seems like we've talked about that a long time, and we need to see how we can take it a step further, because there are, and if we have to do it through teachers' organizations, I don't know how, but it seems as though we could build some way to contact people without having to wage big campaigns and just reach them directly through email. Or
TEA may not want to do it for reasons that they have said, and so maybe it could shuffle back over to us where.
Well, we have the dollars dedicated to building that awareness. We don't have the the specific plan details at this point.
What I'm saying is that some of this, I don't know how much some of it would cost if it's a matter of emailing folks periodically and getting them to, at least people volunteer to be emailed, and working through associations if we can't go through TEA. I mean, we could still do the other and have various meetings and all that, but we know from a number of things that just going to meetings doesn't get us there. And so we have to think about somehow more direct contract. Again, it could be working with associations, and maybe people have to sign up to receive information. That's not the preferred thing, but we need to explore some of those things, I think.
Well, the one thing that we really have worked toward is using the TETN system, the public P12 system that we talked about earlier, to do in-service training through the regional service centers, because the TETN is really a service center network. And so that's just one of the little trails that will address what David is talking about, but it will put the information out to teachers across the whole state through their service centers.
Okay, but we need to get a little thing going and test it, because every time I see a teacher and I test whether they know about all these things,
I have the same experience.
And me too. When I asked the chief of staff of a school district if she'd ever heard of TopCat, she said no.
Okay, well, how does the biggest ISD in the state communicate with its teachers?
In caves.
I do think that that's one of those elephants in the room, that it's how is it that the coordinating board as an agency can effectively coordinate or communicate, it must be the end of the day, my words are mixing up, communicate with our K-12 partners in a way that they're going to hear what we have to share with them. I mean, we've done some of that, and obviously it's not worked very well because they don't know about TopCat. I think in our governor's school mail-outs, we've had some of that experience where we thought, well, we just communicate right with the superintendents and would get some responses, but not what we had hoped to receive. And
it's not that the governor's letters, not the governor's schools.
Right. Did I say governor's schools? I'm sorry. Governor's letters.
We need to speak more directly again with Mr. Adams' committee, where we have tasks in some of those organizations, because I know one of them offered to let us use their website, for example, so it could be that's the starting point, and work out from there and make sure we follow up. I don't know if we have in that case.
I just want to make sure I didn't miss it.
But is there a way, like Wynn said, to run a pilot, and see how effective it is? I mean,
well, couldn't if somebody out there in industry wanted to sell a widget to every Texas teacher for 25 cents, wouldn't that person find out their email addresses like in a day or so? I mean, it's got to be possible. I can't believe it's not possible.
I wonder if it would be possible to work through TRS.
I think all of these ideas are great ideas, and I'm one of our staff back here, and they're all smiling because they know that these are things that we have been bringing to the staff meetings, and we've been talking about and figuring out how we can build that infrastructure and put a plan in place to where we can continue to drill down these ideas to where the soldiers in the field who are really going to make all of this happen while we implement all these ideas and everything, create these ideas. So although I don't have something that I can directly give you today as the action plan that we have, we are working on it. We are coming up with some creative ideas. We are a little short-staffed right now in ONS, and it is something that is extremely important to us. And hopefully within maybe by the next meeting, I'll have something a little bit more concrete to where we can get into some of those agencies. I mean, it's there. It's there.
One of the things you can't,
putting together.
You're probably not going to get that going through the governmental entity, the agency, or the school district because of privacy issues. But you can go to the associations who have no privacy issues. And you've got every one of those groups have associations, secondary principals, elementary principals, superintendents, the business office groups have an association, and they have all emails, and they're not covered by privacy issues. So
Good point.
it's a function of going through somebody that might have access, and I can assure you, you can get access to TASA.
Johnny Vaselka was willing to share with us the superintendent's email addresses that he had. Unfortunately, about 400 of the 1050 or so we had were not good because either the persons had changed jobs or they had changed their website.
That's what happened with every list.
But you have 10,000. The good news is 10,000. That's you said that out of the 1050, you have 400.
Out of 1,050.
Okay, that's going to happen.
So we would have that. And I know
300 superintendents that change jobs, either retire or move to a different position every year.
and we finally tracked them all down for that year.
And you have to be careful too with some of those email addresses, particularly the superintendents. They're just it's a little holding tank to put because they get so many emails from all over the community. So we want to make sure that we get the message in front of them, something that they'll truly look at and consider, as opposed to something maybe their administrative assistant is going
Has
through.
also offered access to putting something on their website, possibly putting things in their newsletter. I mean, there's several avenues.
I had mentioned this, Commissioner. I had mentioned this in the last board meeting or one of the committee meetings that TAFSA had the Midwinter Conference, which is a huge thing because it's got not just superintendents, it's all administrators and principals and a very large group of educators in town for about 3 days. And they had attempted to get the P16 Council as a presenter from El Paso. And just couldn't work it out, and they didn't get there. And that really disappointed me because I really think that's what really, they begin to see those kind of things happen and working together, what's happening in a community, whether it be Houston or it be El Paso.
I can't believe El Paso didn't come.
They just couldn't get it worked out time-wise.
I saw it on their agenda.
But we have got to work closely with those educational. Every one of those associations has at least 2 or 3 conferences, and most of them are here in Austin. If not here, they're in Dallas or Houston. And so
CASPA's going on right now, or
we need
this
to
weekend.
really tie it to me into those meetings because those folks are going there to glean ideas and information, and we ought to be a part of, providing that information through those vehicles.
And even before I got here, I know several staff members, Chris and Natalie and some others, have been to some of those conferences and presented workshops there. They've had booths, they've had materials there, that sort of thing. We would even like to get a larger audience as opposed to a workshop where you may draw 30 people in type
We've
thing.
got to be able to send teachers emails. We have to say, teachers, there are summer bridge programs all over the state that you will want to be sending your students to, and here they are. We have got to be able to send teachers emails.
And I'm not sure you'll end up being able to do that directly, Lynn, but you certainly got their bosses who can receive those emails that can distribute that information.
Well, I
and
can
make
get
it available.
every teacher in my ISD, I can get their email by going on the ISD website.
Yeah, and some of them are that way, but you won't get every one of them because they have a right to opt out.
Yes, that's right, they do. And some of them don't have.
Well, the easiest way to do it is to contact each school district and say, who is the gatekeeper?
And you're not going to be getting
in each school district, it's a different person, and they can access everybody's email immediately. We can't, but they can.
Yeah,
Like a
that's the thing.
webmaster.
That's the list we
The
need.
webmaster for the district usually has that information. And we'll start looking into that, and perhaps if your idea was good about maybe we have a test site or 2 and try it that way first, see what's workable. And that's one of the charges that we put on our P16 members is that if there's something that's going on, and not every single school district and not every single university and not every single businessman and woman and parent and student is here at the table, it's your responsibility to get it out to them. And there's a person at the Harris County Department of Ed, there was something going on, and I can't remember what it was, but we sent it to that person. She sent it to every principal in Harris County like that. I don't have that access, but she did. So that's what needs to happen.
What we have to remember, too, as we do this, is to use it very judiciously.
Exactly.
Make sure the message is an important one, a valuable one, and not to overuse it so that they don't see it as spam or junk mail.
You're right, David.
So we've got to be cautious.
Anything but set the subject line. We might never even have to have them go inside.
They don't want me to be emailed.
guess Catherine, I think if you will follow up on that for us, and I think Lori's suggestion is, maybe we can run it with find 3 or 4 school districts, find the gatekeeper and see if we can get access to it. And because, that could be the answer to us on Top Cat, too. Our numbers have been miserable on Top Cat, and that's,
I think Dr. Veselka would be helpful, too, Catherine, to help you identify some superintendents that he would help you contact to create some of those pilot programs. Dr. Veselka at TASA would be able to help you identify some superintendents that might help you develop be willing to be a participant in a pilot program.
Thank you.
And if you could just put that as maybe a follow-up item in one of our committee meetings. I don't know if y'all had done by March 7th. That may be a little bit too soon, but just report to us.
I think it kind of works into the agenda item 9, although we may not get as far today, but
right.
I'll certainly can bring it up again.
Okay, other issues on the budget? And I don't think we have to approve the budget. That was just a discussion item. And I will take the feedback from the committee. We have got 3 more issues that we had hoped to cover today, and that was the regional P316 council issues. Personally, I think that's a very significant issue for us to talk about. I don't think we can tackle that today. I'd rather see us tackle that March 7th. And the reason I say that is because there's a lot of issues that have been put on this sheet here, but the key point that I hope we talk about is really the role of the statewide P316 council. I'd ask Glenda, and she did, I think, to put together an overview of the statewide P316 council, because there's been some confusion about who makes up the subcommittees, what's the scope of their work.
Catherine did that.
Catherine did that? Okay,
yes.
Thank you, Catherine. And so that was going to be part of that discussion today. One was to give us an overview of the scope of the work of the statewide P316, and then to talk about would we like that role to be expanded in terms of their interaction and governance, or whatever we want to call it, with the regional P316s, and how we want to drive those. So we can tackle that today. I'd said we were going to get out of here by 3 o'clock, and it's 7 till 3. Okay, we're coming back here in about 2.5 weeks, so I'd rather us tackle that when we're fresh, because I think it's a very important topic. I'd always recommend we table all 3 of these issues and tackle these our next meeting, as well as look at the hopefully the updated work document, Linda, plus cover any agenda items that we'll have coming up for the board meeting. Is that agreeable with everybody?
I would like to raise 2 issues for your consideration. One is new, and one is essentially item 10 on your agenda. I spoke before the statewide meeting of the Texas Association of Chicanos in Higher Education, TACHE as it's called. This is a large organization. There must have been 300 people at this particular meeting, and I contacted them, or they contacted me right after I became commissioner, and asked that I give a status report on on Hispanics in higher education. And I told them that I would be happy to come to their meeting every year and give them a status report, because it is a statewide organization that presumably could help us achieve some of our goals. One of the things that came out of this meeting just a couple of weeks ago was a recommendation that the coordinating board establish some kind of task force or advisory committee on Hispanic higher education issues. Because I understand the dangers and the potential pitfalls of doing something that's ethnic specific, and what might happen if you do something for one ethnic group. But the simple fact is, and this was underscored time and again, that we're way behind on our Hispanic goals. And the suggestion was that there were people in this organization, and there were other people who deal with Hispanic issues around the state who might be able to help us put together a coherent agenda that would enable us to make better progress. So I would like to put that item on the agenda for the March meeting and ask the guidance of the board on the desirability and feasibility of this recommendation. And then I would quickly like to point out that on item 10, we have not taken very advantage of this instrument that's been placed in our possession to achieve our Closing the Gaps goal. If you look at item 10, and this is a whole statute. It says that the board shall develop and annually update a uniform strategy to identify, attract, retain, and enroll students that reflect the population of this state. And then provision B says each institution of higher education shall, not may, but shall implement the uniform strategy developed under subsection A, and that each institution should report to the board as part of the annual report. We haven't used this instrument effectively at all. And I've been saying to colleagues here at the agency that we need to dramatically upgrade our attention to these recruitment and retention strategies and use them much more effectively to help us achieve the goals of Closing the Gaps. And it's particularly powerful because it includes both recruitment and retention. So we will come to the board meeting and talk about these issues and how we might be able to upgrade our activity in this area.
And I assume we'll cover those in the next March 7th meeting.
We'll figure out if this is the right vehicle for that. It may be a separate item that's related.
Yeah. Thanks so much, Commissioner. Thanks to everybody here. I'm sorry we didn't get through the agenda. I think we made great progress. I question when we're on page 3 at noon whether we but great work to everybody, and we will meet on March 7th. We're going to try to start that meeting at 9 also.
You asked that it be moved to 9 to 3.
Yep, 9 to 3 is what it is. Thank you.
We'll